It was just meant to be.
Oh, really? Just like happened to come across me like, oh, interesting. Click swallow. Nice. I know that happens a bunch. Okay, pretty cool. Yeah, let me get some stuff. I'm making some food right now. Actually, I finished making food. Now I'm just like making a coffee to go along with it because that's how I live. What about you? What do you eat? And what? Yeah.
Coffee's the best. Coffee and tea. Anything hot. I'm a fan of.
Same. I like tea a lot. The only problem is that today's teas are very difficult, like to get the good ones. So, for instance, my primary issue with tea today is that it's in these little tea bags, which are often sprayed with some sort of plastic, so that the paper that contains the actual tea itself doesn't fall apart. And then if you like use that fucks up everything. So it's like all the microplastics are going into your tea and you're just drinking microplastics now.
Yet another thing for us to all worry about.
Yep. I like research. Where are these microplastics coming from? It's like, oh, there's a whole bunch. Get your boba tea and all that kind of shit. I never liked that in the first place, so it was a really big loss for me.
Are there micro metals?
I don't know about the micrometals, actually. I don't know about that. I was more so focused on microplastics.
Yes, there are. Like copper.
I would imagine if there's a microplastic, there's a micrometal.
If you have copper pans, for example, they can actually leach into your food.
Wild.
Yeah.
What? So why are there metal fragments inside of your food?
No.
That doesn't make sense.
You're cooking it with like a copper pan. It can leach into your
food. Okay. Okay, no. I mean, like, for the boba tea specifically, how are there...
No, there wouldn't be in the boba tea.
Okay, well, he said there's metal fragments on it.
Oh. I highly doubt that, unless there's been some sort of leakage from processing plants or something like that.
I know for a fact that there are a few unwelcome things in something like your McDonald's chicken nuggets. Like, somebody put that under a microscope once, and there's a whole bunch of weird shit there. I mean, it would make sense given the type of manufacturing processes that they have, as well as what the stuff is and where they get it from. So, horrible, man.
Going back to tea and coffee, do you put anything in your tea or coffee, or do you just go raw dog?
Milk. Sometimes I raw dog, other times I milk. It depends. Like, if I'm playing video games, I usually just have the espresso. So I drink espresso every time. So I just have like one shot. I put it there, and I sip a little bit, and then I drink a whole bunch of water at the same time. That way you can kind of even it out a little bit, and it doesn't hit your body all at once, and you just feel better because your body can just reject it once it's done processing it, because that's what it's trying to do, which is why you get dehydrated when you drink too much coffee. So it's just trying to get rid of the caffeine, so metabolism is working like overtime trying to do that. So if you have a lot of water, it helps you. It's the same thing when you want to drink a lot of alcohol. Like, if you want to drink a lot of alcohol, I always did this when people wanted to take me out, and if we drink a lot of alcohol, it's like, oh, hey, let's go drinking. Okay, cool. So eat a lot, and don't eat anything sweet, and drink a lot of water, and I would be the most sober person there, even though like I had a few.
Right on. That's good advice.
Yeah, so highly recommend. Make sure to eat something. Don't eat anything sweet. Like, especially if you're like on a high, if you do a high protein diet, you're like basically set. But you need to be really full, right? Because the alcohol can't hit your stomach all at once. Otherwise, it will instantly take you out. Like, if you are drinking alcohol on an empty stomach, it's going to have more of an effect, an intoxicating effect, than if you drank it on a full stomach. So the saying, you must be really fun at parties, in my case, really does apply.
Love it.
Because I'm the guy who remembers everything, and I'm like, you sit there afterwards, and everybody, like, forgets half of what they did. And I'm just looking at everyone like absolute sickos. It's funny as hell. Turns out I'm a better designated driver, so I don't drink at all. And so I'm able to see a lot of fun things, which is what kind of discouraged me from drinking alcohol in general. So I fade it as much as I can. Sometimes for an occasion or like aesthetic purposes, I may drink it. Like say, for instance, you're at this like very special place, like imagine you're in a noble house or something, and then somebody offers you, some alcohol. It's like I'm of course I'm going to take that out of respect, right? But generally, I don't drink alcohol like at all. Whenever I can, I just completely avoid it.
That's
what
good.
about you?
I enjoy. I like bourbon. I like but I can't drink a lot of it. So I find some people I hang out with, they like to do a lot of mixers, a lot of sweet stuff. To your point, Adrian, and they end up being pretty tossed and pretty upset the next morning. And I just like a little sip, water, sip, water, and then I'm fine the next day. So, again, like, enjoy it in moderation is my motto.
Have you ever gotten wasted before? Because that's never happened to me. I've never gotten wasted before.
Oh, man, I've gotten blackout wasted. Yeah. Thing. Which has also led me to the point of like, why not do that again? Because that sucked.
Yes.
That's actually funny because like that's one of the reasons why I said I was never going to get blacked out. I just kind of made it my mission. Somebody says, "Oh, you ever been blackout drunk before?" I'm like, nope, hasn't happened. It's never going to happen. It's like, why? You have to have the experience. I'm like, I'd rather not have the experience of dying. Like I don't like that. I know what happens to the body. Like I've read it, so I can understand exactly what that feels like. Because, I don't want that.
Also, I would add, as an attorney, getting blackout drunk is incredibly risky. You're still responsible for the things that you do when you're drunk, and if you're blackout drunk and you don't remember, you could even be held responsible for things you didn't do, but it seemed like you did because you were so wasted.
Mm-hmm. Super dangerous.
Very true.
Really, like, me seeing other people suffer from it made me say, I'm not doing this to myself.
Yep. I'm good on that. I've seen it. I'm good on that.
I do like a little bit of whiskey from time to time. Irish coffee or just like a Irish meal in the evening is nice.
I like beer, but not often. A couple times a year.
Yeah, I do drink some beer sometimes. Like when it was in Austin, they like this dark beer. I didn't know that I really liked dark beers, but this guy recommended it to me. Like, hey, you ever had a dark beer before? I'm like, no. Yeah, drink this and drink this. So you got like 2 cases. And one which I really took a liking to was the pecan porter, which is like really available there, like in Texas, as far as I'm aware. And I bought like an entire case of it and drank it all in one night.
Oh my god.
I mean,
it's great. I'm in the city, I'm sitting there, I'm in my own little apartment there, and I'm just chugging beers. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, like some of the beers nowadays, like the big thing is like heavy, hazy IPAs, India Pale Ales that have an alcohol content that are ridiculously high. And you drink one, and then you go on to your second one, and all of a sudden you're floating in outer space. And I'm a classic. Like I'm a Miller Lite guy. Maybe the lighter beers are more my flavor. I started trending toward like those craft IPAs when craft beers were all like the rage, but my God, they are just pumping these beers with so much alcohol. It's crazy.
That's nice.
Says whoever just chugged that IPA.
Yeah. I was chugging some sparkling water here. I drink like a liter of that every day. While I'm eating, like I have a very specific routine. I like fry my steak, take the steak out, cut it up, put it in like a little bowl, then heat the pan up again, fry that off really, really quickly, put it back inside said bowl so it has like this nice flavoring on the outside. The remaining fat that's in the pan, I just then throw a couple eggs in there so I can clean it out properly. Take out the eggs, and then there's still a little bit of oil remains. Put a little bit of bread in there, heat that up because I have it frozen. So just using my pan as a heating device to do that. So that way, I get my cholesterol, I get my proteins, I get my fats, and I get my carbohydrates, and I get hydrated simultaneously. Man, I also drink some coffee while I'm doing this, with a little bit of milk in it, so I get like everything that I need, effectively. All in one sitting.
And the butter too. Yeah.
I'm a very optimized human.
Lead
This
the
is
way.
great.
Yeah. Use like one bowl, I think he said.
Yep.
One
bowl. All of it.
All right, guys, I gotta hop. I'm gonna get my kids down. Thank you for helping
man.
us in the space
Cool,
station.
John.
Be well,
sure.
everybody.
Okay, see you, man.
God bless.
That was nice. Well, that was fun.
Nice dude, yeah.
It's delicious.
Yeah. Always great to have official reps of the platform we know and love so well.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
Did you see how today, during the confirmation hearings for RFK Jr., Warren was asking RFK to not agree to suing drug companies.
Oh,
To suing
this one
not
fucking
suing
crazy
them.
person. This one fucking crazy person tried to make him say that mandatory vaccinations are okay. Like, what?
Just blanket.
No. Avoid that. The fact Elizabeth Warren was basically telling him that he should promise to not sue drug companies because that will financially benefit him.
She also wanted him to not take money from Big Pharma, which seems like kind of contradictory positions. It's the same companies.
Good steak. I'm about to cook mine too.
Hopefully, I should be having steak here very soon.
Nice. Do you do your push-ups?
Actually, not yet today. I should do them. I'll do it right
I'm
now.
about to do it. Yeah, I'm about to do it.
Accountability. We're doing it.
Here we go.
You know, it's funny. I always see these posts where people complain about modern art. And look, I understand it. Modern art is horrible. It's just a piece of shit. But,
Adrian Elliott's here.
yeah, I know. I just let him up. So, one thing is, if you think that art is, fucked in its current state, why don't people open up their own art gallery or own art event, really? Hell, fuck it. You could basically, for about a week or so, depending on what exactly the situation is, rent out a small warehouse, set up something, get a stage ready and whatnot, invite a bunch of people there, and then have a little function, have your paintings from artists that you actually like, take a bunch of videos of this shit, post it out there, and people will enjoy it. Rather, what people do is they spread the existing shit art and just complain about it without ever solving it. They're not solving the problem. They're just keeping it because nobody wants to do anything about it. They just want to complain. So that's really interesting. I find that very interesting. I myself am not an artist, so I can't really solve that problem. There are many people who are artists some people, you know, you go to the very far left, they're con artists, you know, but if you... What a biggie. Anyways, Elliot, what's up, dude?
What's up? The sun is not up. It's getting dark over here.
Nice. You still out there,
Yeah. Dude, my body hurts. I was doing some crazy workout stuff these past few days, and my arms and my traps hurt, dude. I gotta get down and do some push-ups here.
Right. How's your Chinese spy?
How's my what?
How's your Chinese spy?
Oh yeah, he's I locked him up. So.
What about Stairwell Steve? Is he still around, or did he peace out?
Oh no, don't you remember when I said that we killed him?
Oh, he's dead? Okay.
Oh my gosh.
No, they basically decided to clean the stairwell of the dude also. But the dude was
death, ingesting too much bleach.
Oh my god.
Wow.
You should probably not say this in public, yeah. Not that it happened, but damn. I'm like working overtime to be your PR guy, what the fuck?
Yeah. This didn't actually happen, I swear.
Not very convincing.
The way you said it was like you could feel the smile. Yeah. You know the worst conversations are like, look, I can explain. Sometimes when I really want to troll, I just preface every conversation with that, look, I can explain this, and then they just continue going, and then everybody's like, the full attention is already on you because they think you're about to explain something really fucked, but it turns out to be very vanilla. So like I preface some conversations with, right, I can explain. Just because it's programmed into people's heads that when somebody says that, some real fucked shit is about to be said. But in this case, nothing. It's just vanilla bread.
We're starting off with Connor.
What did you say, Oda?
I'm looking for Sarah Connor.
What the fuck is wrong with that? You have to. You're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong.
Who's doing what wrong?
I'm looking for John Connor. I'm looking for Sarah Connor. Something like that. You have to like really have the voice for it. It's like people being inside. Like imagine that this guy is about to... I am complaining about San Francisco. This guy is Austrian. He's Austrian, not German. I know the Austrians have a past in Germany. I understand.
It's the same language.
No, it's not.
Austria is literally just better Germany.
It definitely is not. Have you ever been to Austria?
It's a sweet bit of history.
Yes, I've been to Austria.
When was the last time you've been to Austria?
Let me think. 2015?
2015? That's when OpenAI started. Damn. That was a while back.
2015?
Can you believe it that 2022 was like 8 years ago?
Wait, how old were you in 2015, Elliot?
In 2015, I was in 5th grade.
That's wild.
In 2015, I was first introduced to Magic the Gathering.
Oh my god.
But I got introduced to it in like 1996 or something, or 1997.
Yeah,
It is always kind of...
We had like this. We had
Oh,
like this
my mic
club at the
muted.
school. We had this magic club at the school back in my elementary school, and I kid you not, dude, I absolutely slayed in that school.
What do you dispute? What do you dispute about the fact that it's better Germany?
I just didn't see it. How is it better?
Because Germany is Germany.
Alright.
Austria is a semi-functional country.
Yeah, but that's not an argument. You gotta give me something. You gotta give me something concrete.
The concrete argument is that Germany is a shithole and Austria is not a shithole.
Okay, that's the claim, though. The claim needs warrants, so you need pieces of evidence to back up the assertion.
The claim is
Germany's a
the
shithole.
source is me. I've been to both.
This song is
Germany is
called
way worse than Austria.
The World.
Please don't scroll.
I'm just in points.
I mean, the cities weren't...
It's like when you start a player for the first time, and it's like, choose your stats. What was Germany thinking when they did that?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Germany used to not be as bad. They just fucked themselves.
No, what really happened is what German culture was got literally incinerated, and that was the result. There was one flaw that the Germans had that was exploited by the Austrian that then rose to power to then basically do what has been done, which then basically finished off the culture. It's funny because, well, it's not really funny, but it's interesting because, you have one misstep, and that fucked over an entire civilization, essentially. It's crazy. It is actually crazy. But that's what happened. And with incineration, I actually mean it, because the Allies, I think back in the day, what they were utilizing was specifically types of bombs which cause massive amounts of fire. So just incendiaries. They'd use a lot of incendiaries.
Hermes, you want to come up?
Led to,
say hello.
actual
I'm about to
firestorms
head out.
happening in
I've
the
got
cities.
this all
That's why
set up
everything
over
got
here to
destroyed.
record him the rest of the night. I'm headed to
Which is
the
also why the Allies rebuilt
casino
because,
for dinner. If you
basically
want to
exterminated.
co-mod it, but also go in there and be like, why is this room on Clubhouse? And post the link in their
So like when
chat.
people say, "Oh wow, it was a great thing for them to do," I'm like, "Yeah, but they kind of cleaned up their own shit in a way." So
Interesting.
and what's really interesting is like after all of that, then you had this like political environment that was created because Russia, which then led to socialist Germany happening, which was like one of the worst periods of time for them, aside from of course the war. So like multiple generations didn't know what peace felt like because there was always one more fucked thing that was happening.
You always come back, Springy. What's the
There's
deal?
a really good movie about East and West Germany called The Lives of Others. Have you ever seen that one?
Nah. I got my stories directly from the people who've lived it. I got something. Hold up. This. Actually, that's the wrong reply. Sorry. This fucking thing. This is about an hour's worth of footage of people tearing apart this piece of shit wall that kept them separated. It's from 1989.
My aunt was there. Yeah, she got a piece of it.
Oh, real? Damn. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Many of the people I know were there, lived through it. They didn't take a piece because they were so pissed off and tired of seeing that piece of shit wall. They just wanted it gone.
Thank you, War and Hope.
Yeah, the movie I was talking about is about the East German secret police and how they would monitor people who were trying to potentially escape or facilitate unity between the two sides. And the extensive surveillance state that they developed in East Germany is very interesting.
Oh yeah. The only way to survive that was, if you wanted to talk about something, was to go under a shower somewhere because the interference, or to go on like a lake and just chill there in the forest because it's hard to surveil people there. That's what they do.
Areas where radio waves don't penetrate is a good idea.
So that happened a lot. People who just communicate with each other, they did that. It's very fascinating.
You can also do like burn after reading notes. Like you can write a note to somebody and instruct them to destroy it after they've taken in the contents.
Windmill worms.
We can still do this in the modern day, but we do this when we sex message.
Gets rid of physiology consciousness.
Like when we sext for proof of life.
Ethical consciousness.
Yep. For context, I established that as a meme.
Yeah, Adrian sent us a meme, and it's like this guy, and his friend is leaving. And he's like, okay, dude, see you later. Send me a dick pic when you get home.
Yeah, and sex, dude.
And the friend is like, what the fuck? What are you talking about?
Like an expanding sphere.
It's like, just so I know you're alive. And he's like, why the fuck do you need a picture of that to make sure I'm alive? Can't I just send you like a picture of me with like my hands, doing like a weird pose? And he's like, no, AI now. AI can fake that now. You know what AI can't fake though? Your dick.
That's definitely true. For the record, we do not send each other dick pics in proof of life. Just saying. But we kind of did establish it.
It is definitely a joke. Thank you for explaining the context of it.
Nom. Very good. I love steak. It's so good. It's so incredible.
You're making me hungry. I'm just thinking about it right now.
Fuck you, Adrian, for making me hungry.
Yeah, I'm about to have steak.
It's not a problem. Except it is food. Because it's a skill issue. Because you're fucking turd.
What you gotta do first is lift some 20s, Get some 20s in, dude.
I still have steak over there.
Yeah, I mean, I can cook. My steak's just en route.
Nice.
Steak and route.
Steak and route.
Steak and AF.
The problem is what?
Problem is you don't cook.
Yeah, why would I cook?
It's part of the experience.
It's not part of the...
I like to be one-man army. Wherever I am is where the magic happens. I can be in any place on the planet. If it has a path. What kind of cooking show would that be? It's like we travel all around. What kind of cooking show would that be? It's like we travel all around the world cooking steaks from each place. Like, don't be kind of funny.
You could do that. You could also do maybe a one pan thing. So like steak could be a good portion of it. But if there are other things you like to cook, but it's just like, simple meals that a bachelor can cook for themselves and stay healthy and enjoy it.
Travel around with one pan in your arms and just like travel from village to village and cook steak.
Yeah, dude.
It'd be fucking awesome. Steak in each country.
Just don't pull that shit in India. They'll fucking crucify your ass.
Oh, true. Yeah, I guess you couldn't do anything.
Oh, you just gotta pick a different mammal.
Mm-hmm.
Weapon of choice, goats.
For some reason, I suspect that goat steak is not the goat.
No, it's not. You're gonna have to turn that shit into curry. Or something else like stew.
Lamb is pretty good.
Ooh, I do
Lamb is yes, but I've actually cooked this also. I really cooked that as well. Again,
I think I've had goat before. Goat can be pretty good, I think.
goat can be pretty good, but you have to prepare it correctly.
I had goat when I was a turkey.
It can't be too old either, because otherwise it tastes way too fucking strong.
That's the thing with most meat, though.
Goats, it's especially pronounced. With most meats, it's not a problem. With goats,
with most meats, it tastes worse if you if it's been out for a while,
No, that's not what I mean. Old as in the animal.
Right. Oh, that's what you mean. Oh, right.
Yeah, you don't want to eat like a fucking. You don't want to eat like in a human life 6-year-old goat. That should not go work out for you.
I've had other people handling it for me, so I don't have to worry.
You want like a.
Aldo likes to keep his hands clean.
You want to have like a 2 to 3-year-old goat that's fine.
I can cook if I need to, but I don't like cooking at all.
Now what you gotta do is come by the residency here. We're gonna go to the grocery outlet, get ourselves a nice $15 steak, one for each of us. cook that shit by hand in a cast iron, dude. It's gonna be great.
Oh my god, I survived on Gross Out in college.
There's no circumstance under which I cook if I don't have to.
You can get an optimist to cook for you, that would solve.
Oh no! I can cook for you. If you don't, just at least try my steaks, you know.
Scotty boy! Hey, Scotty, my man!
Personal chef.
Dude. Right, Brent?
Yeah, good.
Oh yeah, sure, Renaissance man.
Scotty, my man, my co-producer! My man with a
I
plan!
cook for people too, because I'm just good at it. It's like
Yeah, that's
chemistry.
something I know how to cook. I like cooking for people.
Let me turn the volume down.
Yeah. Stews are great. I love making stews. They're so fucking easy, but they have just enough.
What's going on?
How's it going, buddy?
Oh, you know, life's great. How's your life? Things are good. I mean, you know, I'm just like,
The beat goes on. The beat goes on.
yeah, continue. It's easy to get angry. It's so easy to get angry.
I'm not angry. I'm not angry at all.
Well, the thing is, you know, people want success, so it's like, how do we reverse engineer success and not get angry? I feel like if you want success, the first step and the perpetual step is angerlessness, you know, and I get, it's just so easy to get triggered like all the time. So, you know, meditation is so important, and I don't know, I mean, just some thoughts. Like Elon likes to protect his space, you know, because he doesn't want to get triggered. He wants to eat his butter steak and pontificate. But I don't have any butter steak over here. Did you? When was the last time you had some butter steak?
You know what? That's actually my Grinder profile screen name. It's Buttersteak6969.
Wow. Do the men, you know, get turned on by butter steak?
Come on, man. That once they taste Scotty's butter steak, they want nothing else. It's really where it's at.
So, what are you doing the rest of the night?
Getting my butter steak going.
Why don't we do the reading room? I created a house called Reading Books to Each Other. Why don't you serenade me with like a poem every day, and I'll serenade you with a positive neurolinguistic programming poem. Because you have to look at this app as programming. It is programming. You know, it is conditioning. So if we take the conditioning and the programming in our hands and we force it and we read it to each other, we'll benefit, you know, crisscross, mutual beneficial, what do they call that? Not synthesis, basically. I mean, pick something from the Bible, man. Like you're a learned man. Like let's transmit the words of the master.
Just publishing podcasts. There we go. Publish, man. Now it's out in the world, buddy. It's out in the world.
Why don't you have me on your podcast and we'll call it Christian Mysticism, an exploration of the writings and teachings of Alan Watts. I bet you it'll be the biggest podcast you ever had because Alan Watts is so popular.
And the beat goes on.
And I have many Alan Watts books. I have first editions. So I'll read from the Joyous Cosmology, I'll read from his Zen books, and then we'll talk. And then I have this R.H. Blythe book. Actually, let me read you a sample from R.H. Blythe with regards to Christianity, because the Japanese Zen philosophy is so close to Christianity, and they say that when you mix the two together, it becomes far more potent, because you kind of realize it's like a, I don't know, Holy Spirit realization philosophy technique. Like, when was the last time you felt the presence of the Holy Spirit? Not on your taint, but in your heart. And thanks for the compliment yesterday. You were like, man, every time I talk to you, like, you bring the fucking entertainment. I was like, thanks, Scott. Thanks.
You do, buddy. I'm a huge fan of yours.
I'm a fan of yours. You know, I want to work with you. I want to co-create with you. You know?
Dude, the Talking Apes have a room. Can we be as great as Jesus?
Yeah, I saw that. That was a bunch of. What do you think about Christianity in terms of sin and people saying, like, somebody messaged me on YouTube right now. They wrote, I would love to inform you about the Lord Jesus Christ. He loves you and is waiting for you. That void inside your heart can be filled. His arms are wide open and is calling you now to repentance. So, how do you feel about the overimportance of sin and repentance, but primarily sin, and how Christians are always harping about sin, and you have to be like, it's a big talking point, but to me the sin talking point is not the enlightenment component of the wisdom of Jesus. So how do you address sin, in terms of your analysis? Are you in the talking action?
I think sin is a big deal. I think I'm a Western Christian in that regard, and I think the sort of Christianity you're talking about, I would say is like the state of Christianity, right? Now look, there's sin and repentance language all through the Bible, in the New Testament, especially in the Gospels. But there's lots of other themes too. But I mean, I think Augustine really leans into this. Well, he creates the doctrine of sin. It's not really in the New Testament. That doctrine is not really in the New Testament. I mean, it's not against the New Testament. It's just there's no doctrine of it, right? It's sort of an interpretation. I think that the Western Christian tradition is so shaped by Augustine. And yeah, I mean, but I'm shaped by that tradition too. I think sin is fundamentally a problem. So I don't look at Christianity as self-improvement. I look at it's reconciliation and redemption, not self-improvement.
So sin is important, but it deals with ethics and morality. So I'm just saying, sin, sin, is a special word in itself. If we were just to analyze the word itself, what's the etymology, etc. But
the Greek word is amartia.
Amartia. Okay, so I want to.
It's the literal translation would be something probably like missing the mark.
Yeah.
So it's yeah. So I don't have a problem with that Western sort of, and I'm sort of a I read my Augustine through Luther, and so that's just kind of.
But don't you think we're the ultimate hypocrites? If, like, did you listen to the Democrat senators grill Kennedy today? Are they just not full of sin and piss and vinegar and just, harping voices? Senator Kennedy, I reserve it. It is the worst example, and it makes me I was so angry today listening to Warren and Sanders and the Rhode Island senator, and they're just so co-opted. You can tell that they're just insincere people. Really, I feel like dangerous, evil people. And when you see that is who is in charge, in charge, not per se. It's like, how do you view the distribution of power? Because it's like Trump in many ways is like our Caesar for 4 years. But then you have all these senators that conspire against him, and you have the mainstream media that puts out just blatantly obvious contrarian messaging. So, is that not sinful? I mean, is that not antichrist?
I think lying is sin.
Yeah. you know, I was talking to Zach Ruda on here, and he was like, "Yeah, dude." He's like these people just talk to create the clip so they can post it to YouTube, to post it to the 5,000 channels that are going to rebroadcast. You know, they're ranting, and they know that. You know, AOC is the perfect example of somebody who is just like a ranter, and I've like recorded her live streams, and it's just wild. The things she says, the way she acts. She's like a cute little baby girl. I think she's really hot. It's so hard to hate her because she's so pretty. But okay, so I wanted to share with you this book, just a brief passage. It's by R.H. Blythe. It's called Zen and Zen Classics, and I just want to read to you the relationship with Christianity in terms of Zen Japanese Buddhism. This is what Alan Watts was big into, and he always referenced this writer R.H. Blythe, so that's why I bought it. Did I read this to you before?
Maybe.
Okay, well, let me just go to like a random page, something that I think might be important. Okay, it says, I don't know. Let me just read you something from the New Testament, something from the book of John, since my name is John, and I feel like I'm like the perfect example of like John in terms of like being a Scorpio. Um, it's just so I see so many coincidences in my life. Like I feel like we're living in a simulation. Um, okay, this is John 1, 1 John 1, chapter 1, verse 8. Do not have the indwelling sin within our nature. This was what the Gnostic heresy taught. The apostle was inculcating the believers against this false teaching. This section, 1 chapter 7 through 2 chapter 2 verse 2, deals with the believers sinning. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading commentary. Huh.
Yeah, I could tell.
The whole thing is commentary. It's crazy. There's like one fifth of the page dedicated to the text. Okay, little children, guard yourselves from idols. Holy shit, this is terrible. We know that everyone who is begotten of God does not sin, but he who has been begotten of God keeps himself, and the evil one does not touch him. We know that we are of God, and the whole world lies in the evil one. And we know that the Son of God has come and has given us an understanding that we might know him who is true, and we are in him who is true, in his Son, Jesus Christ. This is the true God and eternal life. Little children, guard yourselves from idols. So how do you view demons and angels? You know, because in many respects, I'm really agnostic towards like the court of God, with regards to the devil, to archangels, to Metatron. Like, what's your opinion on all the angelic and angelic stuff in the Bible?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean,
Are they just more metaphors?
I don't think they're metaphors in the Bible. I mean, I think certainly in Second Temple Judaism, for instance, there's a pretty worked out and ornate angelology. I mean, there's angelology in the Hebrew Bible, and there's not really demonology in the Hebrew Bible. I mean, that's more of a Second Temple Judaism thing, right? Like, you know, by the time of Jesus, there's much more Satan and demon stuff in Judaism. That doesn't, you know.
So when you hear John writing that, like, and he's talking about the evil one, I mean,
He's talking about Satan.
I know, but isn't that really just Yetzer Hara, which is evil inclination? I mean,
No.
You really think there's a prince of darkness that
I think
lives
John
on this planet?
thinks there is. I mean, I don't think John thinks it's a metaphor. No, I mean, the question is, do we demythologize that, right? I mean, that's this is the modern. This is what Eugene Peterson would do, right? He would just say it's what's the Hebrew there? The Lahar. What's that? inclination. What's that?
Yetzer Hara.
Yetzer Hara. Yeah. That's what Jordan Peterson or somebody would do with it, right? Just say it's the evil inclination. It's anthropological. That's certainly not what the biblical writers are thinking. I think they think this stuff exists, but they're pre-modern, and the question is, what do we do to this text in a modern world? How do we read it? That's a challenge for any text, any pre-modern text. But I think it's a particular problem with the Bible that tends to sort of make normative claims, or at least the communities that look at it as a sacred text think it makes normative claims and feel some obligation to subscribe to them or let them be guiding lights for their own metaphysical biases and stuff like that. So you're getting me serious. I'm off my tail right now. Man, we got to get Jane in here again. Dude, the embassy has been pretty raucous lately. Ben's taking a lot of shots, dude. The inmates are not happy. The Nurse Ratchet is having
I was in this all-black room, and Ben Mendelsohn comes in after he ended a very emotionally, abrasive room recently, after all this. And so he goes into this room of all these black people that are bitching and moaning about Trump, and he says, I'm the Jewish guy. I'm Jewish. I'm the Jewish guy. I'm the Jewish, and
that's awesome.
And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, why does he feel like he has to identify himself to like fill a category of, anti-Trump, to like announce himself? Like that's his credibility statement, getting on a stage and announcing I'm the Jewish guy, who hates Trump. What? People are weird, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't have a wife or kids, but I don't know what it's like to just meet weird people all the time. It really doesn't have anything to do with anything. I just thought it was like such a weird thing to come into a room and announce. And that's all he said.
Nice. The beat goes on.
Okay, listen to this. This is Book of Revelation, chapter 1, verse 8. It says...
Put a little music to it. I gotta get my music back.
Yeah, I was sorry to hear that your computer crashed. You lost your...
Well, it was my Clubhouse, so I lost all the music files I had saved in my club deck.
Yeah, I know. Because honestly, I remember you playing some real fucking bangers. How old are you, Scott? Scott, no copyrighted music, please.
Oh shit, I forgot.
Okay.
I forgot. You play by the rules.
Okay, listen to this. It says, I am the Alpha and the Omega, says the Lord God, he who is and who was and who is coming, the Almighty. I, John, your brother and fellow partaker in the tribulation and kingdom and endurance in Jesus, was on the island called Patmos because of the word of God and the testimony of Jesus. I was in spirit on the Lord's day and heard behind me a loud voice like a trumpet saying, what you see, write in a scroll and send it to the 7 churches, to Ephesus, to Smyrna, and to Pergamos. You know who I gotta show you is... I'm gonna get you the YouTube. God, what is his name? This guy is so incredible. His interpretations, with regards to Christianity. God, what is his name? I'll have to think about it. Kundalini, what was his name? I bet you the algorithm shows him to me. Well, next time I talk to you, I'll try to send it to you. But this guy's YouTube channel is incredible. It's basically a podcast that he recorded in the 90s, and he had a church, and he has like 1,000 videos or 1,000 sermons, and he goes into all the ancient mystery religions and philosophies, and it's all about meditation at the end. and contemplation is what Alan Watts calls meditation. And I mean, what do you think about like meditation in terms of like the brain science?
I think it's super useful. I think it's amazingly useful. I think it defrags the hard drive, man. I think it's key. I think it's a great thing for human beings.
But the metaphor is that when you meditate, you go up. So it's like below is above, above is below, meaning that if you want to connect with the divine, um, you can do it through meditation. But in terms of like priorities or achieving goals, when you read Aleister Crowley, he talks constantly about the will with a capital W. So that would be like the Holy Spirit or the will of God. And so they have techniques and methods to understand your will and to really prioritize and not waste your time. And I don't know, I find the writings of Aleister Crowley to be like the smartest and most universal of all the, I guess, philosophies. But it's called Thelema. And the whole thing is about if you it's like Crowley is such a troll, and I think even his all his negative publicity about him being the great Satan and the most evil man in the world, like that's all to sell books. It's all dopamine in the publishing industry. So um you're in publishing, like you're publishing your podcast, but you're not really probably juicing the dopamine because your content isn't controversial. But if you have controversial content, it's also like activating your audience, and your audience may not like it. So many people who create content are super scared to put out, maybe, content that your audience is not meant for. Um, but anyways, this is a very strange Bible. It's called the New Testament Recovery Version. I think I might have taken it from a hotel. This is First Corinthians.
Steve is doing the workers' rights radio show.
He's not an attorney, right?
No, I think he's like a paralegal or something.
Have you ever gone on YouTube and typed his name in and just listened to him talk to this attorney about workers' rights and Social Security?
No.
Dude, you got to do it because it's like hilarious because he's like, I don't know, he's doing marketing, and it's just not effective. It's just not, it's like it's like what I do. It just doesn't work because I don't have any money to essentially buy an audience. So thus it becomes a quest of self-rectification and self-knowledge and education for myself and hopefully others. But
I love it.
yeah, I would love.
Who was Craig C?
I don't know. Craig comes to my room all the time to just listen. He never says anything. He's one of the. He's either the same person who always comes to these rooms and like doesn't say anything. Somebody who like has an axe to grind, and somebody who does not like some of the people that I associate with here on this app. He could be that person. There are so many people that hate people on this app. Isn't it amazing? I have people that come back to my YouTube and they leave comments and say, I always come back. I keep coming back. I don't know why I keep coming back. I like to think it's because I bring them the dopamine. Okay, Scott, before we end this, let me read you one thing from this Zen book. Zen would ask, who is this I? Speaking of himself in Adonai, Shelley says, and his own thoughts along that rugged way pursued like raging hounds their father and their prey. This change of mind that came naturally to Shelley, this change that is so painful to ordinary people, Shelley elevates into the very principle of living itself, echoing those famous words of the Diamond Sutra. Awaken the mind without fixing it anywhere, he asserts. Narrow. The heart that loves, the brain that contemplates, the life that wears, the spirit that creates one object and one form and builds thereby a sepulchre for its eternity. His own personality is fluid. and his poetry flows from his imagination and intellectual activity rather than from his own individuality. The beams of the sunrise flow in, unimpeded, keen, golden, and crystalline, banded armies of light and air. These lines and the following correspond to Turner's Wind, Rain, and Steam in their life and freedom. On the blue surface of thine airy surge, like the bright hair uplifted from the head of some fierce Maenad, even from the dim verge of the horizon to the zenith's height, the locks of the approaching storm. In such passages we feel the divergence between Shelley and Wordsworth. For Wordsworth, man is man and nature is nature. In Shelley, man is nature and nature is man, sometimes, as in Alastor, in the sense that nature and man reflect each other, but more often the life of life is expressed by which we see nature as impersonally as a scientist sees her, yet with nature's own powerful incalculability. In the Ode to the West Wind, Shelley utters a prayer for what was granted to him at birth. Be thou, spirit fierce, my spirit, be thou me, impetuous one. It is the spirit which breathes in the ardor of, gazing on thee I feel, I know, green stalks burst forth and bright flowers grow, and living shapes upon my bosom move. It interpenetrates my granite mass, through tangled roots and trodden clay doth pass in the utmost leaves and delicate flowers. There is in the same Elon in Basho's verse, oh, how glorious, the young leaves, the green leaves, glittering in the sunshine. The zen of Shelley's poetry may be considered under two aspects. First, the skylark of the skylark is not a bird, but neither is it a Shelleyan creation. What thou art we know not. Its unbodied joy is not Shelley's joy. If it is neither the actual everyday skylark nor Shelley's skylark, what is it? Wordsworth humanizes it. Shelley dehumanizes it, which is right, both. On the one hand, the skylark lives life, and thus we may share it. Wordsworth is thus right in implanting his own feelings within the breast of the skylark. On the other hand, the skylark has its own absolute existence apart from all other things. It is a skylark, and Shelley, by creating a skylark out of his own divinity, approximates to that skylark which God created out of his. As Eckhart says, Darum nimmt auch der Mensch, der ungescheiden ist von allen Dingen, die Gottheit da wo Gott die Gottheit selber nimmt. Second, in spite of, or it may be because of his love of the infinite, of the indefinite, the individual creations of Shelley, for example, the cloud, the moon, and the earth is Prometheus unbound, Arethusa, and so on, are not mere waves of a great sea of being. Emerson's ever blessed one, Thomas Aquinas' God the Creator, merge all separate existences into an absolute. But in Shelley, each has a separate, self-sufficient existence quite beyond the reach of either pantheism or mysticism. They have indeed the life of Zen, being neither in the absolute nor in the relative. This is how he addresses them. Ye elemental genii, who have homes from man's high mind even to the central stone of sullen lead, from heaven's star-fretted domes to the dull weed some worm battens on. Chinese Zen perhaps arose from, it was probably inspired and certainly paralleled by the Taoism. The transcendentalism of Zhuangzi and Lao Tzu, which ultimately produced elemental genii, but the 8th century Zen masters of China felt rightly enough that mysticism was as much a danger to the good life as Buddhist theology, and they emphasized the practice of Zen in daily life as against supernaturalism as well as philosophizing and verbal explanation. Yet without abstraction and generalities, principles and dogmas, impossible ideals and ambitions, without, that is to say, the chance and the ability to reject these things, a man is not truly human. Sell all thou hast is the command, and this applies to thought and judgment, idealization and the perception of truth and goodness and beauty. Only a rich man can become truly poor. Only an adult can be as a little child. There are no children in the kingdom of heaven. The Zen of Shelley consists not in his giving up the abstract and taking over the concrete, not in coming down to earth and absorbing himself into the particular man or woman or tree or stone, but in making the impersonal still more impersonal, putting yet more life into apparently lifeless things. Zen is to stand still while moving, to move while standing still, but there has always been too much emphasis on the standing still, the sitting still. Shelley rectifies the balance by moving at all costs, too often at the cost of balance and steadiness. But after all, of the two, movement is better than no movement. That is why God created the world. At least he has no better excuse to give. What is especial about Shelley's Zen is, of course, what is peculiar to Shelley himself, that in spite of his V-neck, there is nothing feminine in him. He is like Thoreau, a man in his love of truth, transcendentalism, and desire to reform the world. Thus Shelley's Zen is masculine, occidental. Chinese Zen was, and Japanese Zen also, for all its Bushido woman-like Zen, it is unintellectually practicality, conservatism, superstition, unteachability, self-satisfaction, love of ritual and fancy costumes, and except in very special cases, no sense of humor. Shelley's Zen is the future Zen of the West, which will lack, as Shelley's did, the earthiness, the blindness, the may thy will be doneness, the finality, the tranquility of the Zen of the East. That's called Naught May Endure But Mutability. Zen and Shelley. Zen and Shelley. I didn't read to you the first 2 pages of that chapter, but it's really interesting. It's by R.H. Blythe, and I think he died in a Japanese concentration camp. Okay. Huh?
Roger Mayhem is suspended.
Yeah.
Permanent.
Well, it's not permanent. I mean, he just needs to get a new burner account like the rest of us. Cheap fucking guy. He could have a new account tomorrow. New account today, right now. You just gotta go spend $65 and boom, you're back in business. You know, people use Google Voice to create accounts here. So
I
if,
think you can.
yeah, if you get one burner account, that means you can create 2 Clubhouse accounts. And there's other text things. I'm sure you could do it on other apps, but
I need a burner account.
you do need a burner account. Get a $50 Motorola, man. I'm telling you, it's like it'll expand your consciousness. You'll realize that people have you blocked. It's nice. The nicest guy in the world is blocked. You'll realize it. Wait till you see it. You'll be like, holy shit, motherfucker blocked
Who's
me.
the nicest guy in the world?
You.
Oh, you think that? Yeah. Clubhouse.
Everybody loves Scott. I saw you at that bar. Everybody's coming up to you. Oh, Scotty! Everybody knows your name. Dun dun dun. Okay, I'm gonna turn the volume back up on the Musk. Here we go.
Nervous system and veins running around with a bunch of bones attached to it. So, that would look like ballistics gel. Like if you were to make most of your flesh completely transparent, including the skin, you'd just be running around looking like ballistics gel.
This sounds like a very cool experiment.
It sounds like one, but I definitely wouldn't do this to anyone.
No, not to a human, to a mouse.
Oh my god. Okay, then we're gonna have ballistics gel mice.
I may or may not have access to some biology labs here by being associated with residents at this hacker house.
Oh my god. I need to visit there sometime.
You should.
I think this is his son.
But we'll see. I got a lot of things going on at the time.
Can't be his son. No way.
We got a lot of things to do, you know.
You got to do the Trump impression more. You clearly do not do it enough. It's very funny.
Yeah, of course, because I don't want to.
Dude, every time you do that Trump impression, the listener spikes up at least 20.
Oh my god. Gonna be like that guy from the TikTok For You page that advertises his LEDs. Like, there's this one person who looked super fucking Asian who said, I'm gonna go out with a white dude, and as a black girl, and then he just cuts off and says, if you're white, then I'm black, and I'm also the real Donald Trump. And then he goes, China, China, China. Like, what the fuck is this? I'm like, what am I watching? So yeah, I think a lot of people know exactly what that company is now because of that. Oh my god.
What's he inferring, Scott?
Okay, I think it's about dinner time. I'm gonna drop off. I'll be back later.
All right.
There's a lot of passive aggressive statements by Elon when
Do you
people
guys want to go on an adventure to the grocery outlet?
when people leave him. He's like, oh,
Wait, what?
okay, well,
You gonna stream it?
I'm not going to stream it because I don't have that much data, but I might stay on this and just kind of talk to y'all and look like a crazy person in the store.
Yeah, be like our on-the-spot reporter from the store.
On the spot. So we're here in Michigan.
See, this is why I just want to record them, Scott, and like walk away because it's so stupid. It's like another clown house room.
Oh yes, the New York steaks. Is that a ribeye? See, yes, that's a ribeye.
Interview the shoppers. You're like, what are you purchasing today?
What are you purchasing today? What brings you to the grocery
Why
outlet?
not steak? Yeah.
Apples and oranges? Or steaks?
Have you heard of steak?
Yeah, I mean, we could. It's expensive though.
Lucy, Ricardo.
Because, you know,
Hey,
USD
Lucy,
to
I'm
CAD
home.
is ridiculous. Plus, there's like a conversion fee when you have to charge. When I have to like charge my my bank or my credit card at home, it has to do the conversion, which that is like what 4% or something, 3-4%. I think it's 3.75, and then.
Why don't you just get a bunch of USD? Put it
Oh,
in the bank account
because I'm lazy.
Okay.
But yeah, it's like you're paying like what $1.52 CAD, like when you sum everything, it's like $1.55, $1.60 CAD for every US dollar. It's crazy.
Yeah, Alex
like
Burnett.
a single like $10 steak in the US is $16 CAD. That's nuts.
Yeah, it's wild.
That's why I only get 2 steaks a week.
2 steaks a week?
No, not 200 steaks a week. 2.
That's okay. I thought you were gonna eat them every day.
Oh no, I'm not that rich. No, I would be bankrupt. Like, no.
You get the thinner sliced ones. They don't cost as much. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, but I want the thick beef. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Okay.
Why'd you say it like that?
I don't know. You tell me.
You say it like that.
Funny thing. So, Senator, what the fuck? Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock says, I'm voting no on Mr. Kennedy's nomination to lead HHS Gov. He wouldn't commit to working to prevent healthcare premium spikes and didn't denounce his conspiracy theories about the CDC. By the way, those are not conspiracy theories, those are all facts, which employs thousands of Georgians. I won't support a nominee whose policies hurt Georgians. He's not going to do anything that's going to hurt anyone. As a matter of fact, he's going to fix things, specifically the things that have to be fixed is those things you disregard as conspiracy theories taking place and having been perpetrated on the American public and, to a certain extent, the planet at large. So, no, fuck you. Now, then the response was from Nicole Shanahan saying, man, I regret ever helping you. The only reason you're in that seat is because I sent massive financial support to Shirley Sherrod's C4 to mobilize, rural Georgia during the 2020 runoff. I will be correcting that massive mistake ASAP. You're awful. Oh my god. This is really the PvP zone. Like, this is a PvP zone, man. This is great.
Yeah, it's triggered.
Like, that's just wild.
Base, though, in my opinion.
But it is quite, what is this? Oh wow. This looks cool.
Welcome back, Oda.
I don't know if he's there.
I can hear you, yeah.
Okay. Welcome.
Did you cook your steak? I don't cook, no.
No, here's the thing. Auda doesn't cook. He gets cooked for.
Fuck all.
Roast.
It's actually true.
He gets cooked.
He doesn't cook. He gets cooked for.
I occasionally cook. I occasionally cook. Very rarely.
I cook all the time. In more ways than just cooking food. I cook people. I cook. It's not wrong to say it like that. I cook conceptually.
Absolute sack of shit.
Hey, you know I'm right.
Alright, fine, let me pull out some fucking butter.
Let's go.
Some butter. Oh man.
Eat it, yeah.
Wait, have you ever tried deep fried butter on a stick before? I heard that's delicious.
I'm not gonna fucking.
Are you insane?
I ain't gonna try that shit.
He's like pissed off about it.
Deep fried butter?
Click the link above, click the YouTube link, and subscribe to my YouTube channel to watch Elon Musk every night, 7 to midnight. High on ketamine, eating steak butter, doing diamond push-ups.
How about I deep fry your mom?
Wow. Okay, careful there.
Crispy.
You're supposed to be cooking. You're supposed to be cooking, not cooking yourself.
That John.
I'm cooking now, you piece of shit.
Also, Elon Musk has tuberculosis.
Yes, I am.
I don't hear it sizzling.
Yeah, because I haven't put it on yet, I've just put on butter.
Chop, chop.
Shut the fuck up.
This is funny.
You're not clicking that link, Scott. You gotta subscribe to the YouTube channel. You too, Alan. Alex,
shit, I already know.
invite people to the room.
Wait, but I thought you didn't cook.
We want everybody to know the good news that Elon Musk eats buttered steak every night from 7 p.m. to 1 a.m. in the morning. High on ketamine. Philosophizing.
Sack of shit, you dipshit.
Hi, Jane.
Chill, pal.
Welcome to the Elon Musk butter steak dinner, where everybody eats buttered steak and does push-ups.
An ignorant slut.
Oh, he's catching up on the Kennedy lore.
Yeah.
Senator Neely Kennedy.
Avocado toast eating. Latte drinking.
Goat's milk latte drinking, avocado toast eating insiders elite.
That guy's epic.
Yeah, he's epic. I love him so much.
Also, take the room to this clubhouse, go to the X room, post it in the chat, and say, hey, is this room live on Clubhouse right now? Is Adrian Dittman also on Clubhouse?
Into this. He's just rubbing it in.
It's bro love. It's bro love.
Yeah. Or it's like that one post where Andrew was like, "Help, my brother's gay."
Yeah.
Gaslighting.
Alright, do you hear that?
Yes, I hear sizzling.
Yes.
I want to see pictures of that steak because I don't trust you.
Fuck off.
No, I want to see pictures of that steak. You don't have to post it, but I want to see pictures of that steak in my DMs.
High res.
Yes. Specifically, I want to know the redness of it. Like, I want to see what the meat looks
Keep
like.
in mind, I like it a bit more cooked than you.
That just sounds like you're coping, man.
Go fuck yourself.
Oh look, my Cobotron 3000 just arrived. 1 second.
Shut the fuck up.
God.
Wait,
We actually need to create an AI
like
that measures
Copious
cool.
Maximus or something?
Yes! Yes, it is! Actually, it is!
It is.
He, uses my profile picture that he had to rip and AI enhance so it actually looks like my profile picture, and then fucking put that on and calls himself Copious Maximus.
Plus 100.
It's incredible.
Let's go.
That was a good one.
Copious Maximus. So what do you mean you like it more cooked?
I like it medium rare to rare. Medium rare to medium.
The medium. Yeah. Sometimes I go
Okay.
medium. Yeah.
Look, if it doesn't look gray on the inside, everything's nice. If it looks gray on the inside, you fucked it up.
Yeah, that's bad.
There's no such thing as well done. There is cooked.
Yeah, well done as fuck. Well done.
Yeah, there's no such thing as well done. That's just a lie people have invented for themselves to deal with shitty meat or shitty cooking. It's one of the two. But now that we have good meat in this world because we have such amazing industry, thanks to the fucking vegans, we have this amazing ability to have amazing meat, and anything else is cope. Is that a fucking water leak?
Uh-oh. Better fix that.
Yeah, bro. Otherwise, we're gonna have Noah's Ark down here floating out. You have to float out with a fucking canoe, bro.
Imagine if you could have Optimus just fix that for you. It's like, hey, Optimus, fix this leak.
There's no way. Goes through the process of understanding what the leak is, stands in the doorway, looks up,
And then you realize
sees
that you've
condition.
accidentally trained your Optimus on an Outa, on Outa's
Found
personality, and then it calls you a sack of shit.
Yes. So it's somehow for no reason, the fucking air conditioner is leaking. Okay, that's cool. It's not really leaking. It's just that the water, which is supposed to be transported out, is not being transported out, so it's going. Okay. I once went to a hotel. Not really a hotel, it's more so a motel. Bought a room, went in there. Very weird looking place, I'll tell you that much. Didn't look like what it was like on the photos. I realized that those walls that were in the picture, well, in the picture they looked fine, but when I arrived there, there's handprints all over them, right next to the bed, so you can imagine what was happening there. The air conditioner was a real special one, because as soon as you turn that thing on, it literally turned into a fucking waterfall. It's funny as shit.
Oh, wow.
Turn it on, all of a sudden, the water came out, the condensated water. I was like, this is funny, actually. I was so pissed because I spent money on this shit, but it was great because I wanted to visit someone, And it's funny, I actually ended up sleeping over at their place, but there were other people there, so I didn't cancel it because I had a plan in my brain, and it actually worked out because I used that place in order to fuck the person that I visited. Everybody has a mission in mind, and so do I. My plans are measured in centuries. I could have just stayed over at their place, but I just wanted to kind of trick myself into actually staying there, which is great. And then at the same time, perform. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know who he's talking about fucking, but he didn't say it was a woman. Okay, I'm gonna read to you something, Scott. It's called The Lion of the Thicket. The idea of Napoleon reincarnating to impersonate Antichrist seems foolish on the face of it. But when one traces the notion and interprets it by the light of occultism, there is nothing absurd in it. Napoleon means, in Greek, the lion of the thicket. The thicket lion, or forest lion, the destroyer of the Gentile, is called a lion that comes up from the thicket. The lion has come up from the thicket. The destroyer of the Gentiles is on his way. Making a literal translation of these words, exercising a certain liberty, we find the name of Napoleon ready-made, the lion that comes up from the thicket. Nebuchadnezzar was the lion of the thicket. He was therefore Napoleon. The Emperor Titus was Napoleon. The Goths were Napoleon. Any new power that will subvert the present order of things is a Napoleon. Napoleon's name was curiously expressive of the prophetic image of the destroyer of the Gentiles, but he has not yet done the work. Therefore another thicket lion must appear. Mussolini is a poor specimen of a lion. A goose is reported to have saved Rome, and a goose will help to ruin it. Hitler is Napoleonic and definitely Antichrist. He seeks to act holy, but not holy. There is nothing sent out from the celestial broadcasting station of the Beast 666, but what is lovely. The Beast teaches that it is not against reason to be passionate, but the lion or wavelength from the thicket, i.e. jungle, is passionate without reason. Still, without a manifestation of tyranny, we could not register the attributes of mercy in this world anyhow. Light admits not of corruption. It is not infected, though it functions where all is filthy. Understand this, and you will appreciate the teaching of the Master Therion. Remember, the Holy Spirit often acts as a roaring lion, or as the old serpent, instead of an angel of light. We must take things as they really are. The twins of Set Isis, harlot and beast, are still busy with that sodomitic and incestuous lust, which is the traditional formula for producing demigods. Consider the case of Mary and the dove, Leda and the swan. Aleph the fool ever impregnates the woman according to the dictate of Yod, the angel of the Lord. His sister has seduced her brother, Beast, shaming the son with her sin. She has mastered the lion and enchanted the serpent. Nature is outraged by magic. Man is bestialized and woman defiled. The conjunction produces a monster. It affirms regression of types instead of a man-god conceived of the spirit of God by a virgin in innocence. We are asked to adore the bastard of a whore and a brute, begotten in shamefullest sin, born in most blasphemous bliss. As we made clear in the AA publication, Class D, dealing with the ritual of the mark of the beast, this is indeed the formula of our magic. We insist that all acts must be equal, that existence asserts the right to exist, that unless evil is a mere term expressing some relation of haphazard hostility between forces equally self-justified, the universe is an inexplicable and impossible as uncompensated action. The orgies of Bacchus and Pan are no less sacramental than the masses of Jesus. But the scars of syphilis are sacred and worthy of honor as much as the wounds of the martyrs of Mary. It should be unnecessary to insist that the above ideas apply only to the absolute. Toothache is still painful and deceit degrading to a man relatively to his situation in the world of illusion. He is doing his will by avoiding them, but the existence of evil is fatal to philosophy so long as it is supposed to be independent of conditions. It is because space is dark that we see the sun. We cannot see the stars in daylight. Mercy shines in the midst of guilt and its consequences. Had there been no law, there had been no transgression, no justice, no mercy. Good would be unintelligible as a word without evil to contrast with it. Evil is eternal, but not necessarily dominant. It is the victim to be destroyed, but never annihilated. It is the eternal darkness in which light, goodness ever shines. Every principle in existence has its positive and its negative. Positive divinity is God. Nature is only negative divinity. There is no reason to doubt the infinity of nature. Indeed, finity affirmed of nature involves an absurdity. But then again, a universal implies a particular, and the indivisible a divisible. Hence it follows that though positive divinity be one and indivisible, negative divinity is infinitely many and divisible. The negative particular divinity can die, but the positive universal never. Such subjects may well be beyond the comprehension of our archbishops, but still they are susceptible of logical expression. It is for this end that man has the Logos, a logical principle given to him, and he only of all animals. If there were no fools, how could one tell whether a man was wise or not? And if wise men were very common, like pebbles, and fools, like diamonds, were very rare, then fools would be more valuable than they ought to be. Male philosophy is a dry solid. Female philosophy is a liquid. These two, like the pill and the draught of the chemist, or the flour and the water and yeast of the baker, or the copper and zinc and water of the galvanist, are indispensable for compounding the true elixir of life.
Somehow go over the border.
Dude, wait, this is actually a business idea. What if we got like those airplane drones that just work purely on solar panels, and we just got it to fly, like I throw it in the air, just like chuck it off the ground or off of a railgun, and it just goes and flies and drops the steak on top of your house. Dude, that would be so good. The steak might get a little beaten up, but that's okay.
Yeah. As long as it lands on target, right?
Yeah.
Not in your gutter or something.
And plus, all these like military defense guys would just be throwing like, trillions of dollars into it, so you'd be good.
What the hell is this? Oh, I see. How's the steak?
That's good.
Self-congratulatory motherfucker.
Look, if you're gonna...
It's just because you put a reason.
Here's my viewpoint. Here's my viewpoint. You should know how to do everything you need to live. You should know how to clean. You should know how to wash dishes. You should know how to cook. You should know how to do everything you need to live. But unless I'm absolutely forced to, I'm not going to do any of those.
Alright. What's this?
Tesla had a $600 million profit on their Bitcoin holdings, apparently, and they didn't sell any of their 9,720 Bitcoin in Q4. I thought that was kind of interesting.
Oh yeah, it was a really good one. Yeah. Let me find that
What do you guys
actually.
think about MicroStrategy?
I think it's interesting. That's really my viewpoint. I can't really say that much about it.
Okay, I'm gonna do one more reading from this book. It's called Satanic Extracts by Aleister Crowley. Satanic extracts, I the beast, 666, am called to show this worship, and to send it forth into the world by my woman called the Scarlet Woman, who is any woman that receives and transmits my solar word. And being, this is my work achieved, for without woman man hath no power. By us, let all men learn that all that may be is the way of joy for them to go, and that all souls are of the soul of true light. I am a sun, giving out light and life, but she, the Scarlet Woman, is the guide in darkness, making them pure, single of heart, awake to the highest, the oath of fealty. I bind my blood in Satan's hands, all this that lieth betwixt my hands. To thee, the beast, and thy control, I pledge me body, mind, and soul. Pledge! I swear to work my work abhorred, careless of all but one reward, the pleasure of the devil our Lord. To me, every dirty act was simply a sacrament of sin, a passionately religious protest against Christianity, which was for me the symbol of all vileness, meanness, treachery, falsehood, and oppression. The Night House of Mars. I, Therion, known as the Beast 666, whose highest symbol is the eagle, and whose lowest is that of the scorpion, facing Bolshkin, making the sign called Puella, standing with feet together, head bowed, my left hand shielding my phallus, and my right hand shielding my breast, have made this record. I, Therion, have garnered to the full the subtle lore of the scorpion in the night house of Mars. Beneath the standard of objectivity I serve my great master Satan and the august council of 9 composed of Beelzebub, Lucifuge, Asmodeus, Belphegor, Baal, Andromelech, Lilith, and Nahima. The eagle, a bird of praise, the symbol of that gigantic power whose color is red, and who hath affinity with Capricorn, Babylon. The scorpion boasts a banner of black, brown, and yellow, and is under the supervision of 10 demons named respectively Thamiel, Chagedel, Satarariel, Gamioth, Caleb, Tagriram, Harab, Serapel, Samael, Ganaliel, and Nahemoth. Touching the center of my breast and my solar plexus, I again cry Therion and declare, it has been decreed from the beginning that Adam Belial be arrayed against Adam Kadmon, this to justify the Sephiroth of darkness. Only through the Sephiroth of darkness, by virtue of duality, doth Jehovah, as the endless, boundless, and indivisible Ein Sof, become visible and intelligible to his chosen people of the 5-pointed star. Remember, something always sings in the mud and scum of things. Some 2 billion people now fill the earth, and it is on record that fully 1 billion are drunk or insane, or feeble-minded or malarial, or stricken with hookworm or tuberculosis or leprosy or venereal disease or neurasthenia or malnutrition or clubhouse addiction. He is indeed a rare man that hath not some element of scorpionic madness in his makeup. There is the madness of melancholy, the madness of pride, the superstitious madness of false devotion, the madness of ambition, and also the prevalent madness of outrageous lust. All around and about can be noted or heard the shaking of the hands and lips, paleness, or redness, or swelling of the face, glaring of the eyes, stammering of the tongue, stamping with the feet, unsteady motions of the whole body, rash actions and wild speeches of those whose golden infancy, leading to a brazen youth, hath ended in the Latin age. Woe to the Albion! Russia is about to march, and with her the Chinese and the Tartars. Armageddon is upon us. I, Therion, giving the sign Puer, standing with feet together and head erect, have spoken.
Told you that I've gone to a school specifically to teach cooking.
What? Wait, you went to school to learn how to cook?
Like a chef.
Okay.
Would you believe me if I told you that?
Yeah, I would.
Well, I didn't.
What the fuck?
You do all kinds of weird things. Okay.
I may one day. We'll see.
This motherfucker. So, somebody says, sadly, it's too easy to win arguments against Adrian. And I was like, you've never won one? Not, and you haven't entered one either. And then someone replies to that saying, oh yeah, get his ass, young Sheldon. What the fuck is that? What the fuck? Why?
I will argue against all of you. Which is better, a woman butt or a boy butt? Alexander, what the fuck is this?
Wow.
I have a meme. I have a meme for this.
What is it?
Can I get the original one? Ah, there you go. You gotta check this out.
What are you sending me, you dipshit?
No. Check the chat. You know he said, I'll argue against all of you?
Uh-huh. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Wait, you gotta send it to me now. You guys are
But you know the best GC?
Oh, that GC. Yeah, okay.
No, you go look at what I'm sending in there.
Oh my god, that one.
I swear, if people took screenshots of this and posted it on the timeline, like, bruh.
Wait, is that a she?
I don't know.
I thought that was a dude.
I don't know. I don't care. White. Oh.
I don't know who that is. I know it's from Fairy Tale, but I don't know who that is. I don't know how he or she, I don't know what the fuck they are, expects to say they win when the response to that is literally not quite. What the fuck type of not quite.
The answer is that there isn't one.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how cooked are you, Adrian?
You're amazing.
I'm not cooked at all.
You're always cooked.
No, I do the cooking.
Amazing.
Nah.
You think I'm the guy who gets cooked, Skylar? I am the one who cooks. Killer.
Boys are weird.
You are weirder.
Actually,
how about
you
this?
cannot say boys are weird when you exist.
Oh my god. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. Just for funsies. We're gonna open up the fucking Q&A. Let's go. Alright, everybody, send me fucking questions in the comment section. Why is he gonna announce them?
Yeah. I'm gonna look at some questions here.
How many Hungarians does it take?
Wait, what? Who's laughing on the inside?
Romanian.
Here, look at the last thing that I'm sending now.
Adrian, when will you stop being cooked?
I'm not cooked. I'm the one who cooks.
You're always cooked, Adrian. I have never seen you ever not be cooked.
Here, watch this clip. Watch that clip that I sent in that chat. Yo, there's a big crash in DC. Yep, I saw that.
Yeah. They're asking about that. They're asking about the victims.
We know nothing about the victims, man. Is there another fucking thunderstorm that's about to roll in? Because fuck that. We had like multiple storms. It was incredible.
It was a remarkable thing. It was a huge thing. It was crazy.
Yeah, the helicopter is hit. It's toast. Okay. Yeah.
They want to know what's your favorite book, Adrian, or anybody on the panel.
Favorite book? I really don't have a particularly favorite book. Although, I've read a lot of history books, and I've like an attachment to stories, each in their own way. So it's very difficult for me to pick one.
Yeah.
I'd imagine if there was like a need for a person to be immortal, so they're like the timekeeper, the person who knows everything and just collects things because they loves all these things equally. I'd be very good at that. Because I've like read a lot of things.
Yeah. I really like 1984.
What does this even mean?
What does it all mean?
Okay, I'm gonna send you something that someone sent me. What the fuck does this mean?
Alright. Let's see what this is. What else are they asking? What is that? No, actually, sometimes they do, yes. But, or do you specifically mean in that way that I think you mean, as in, exchanges? But,
I don't know what the fuck this means.
What do you mean you don't know what the fuck this means?
What is this?
Am I supposed to read this out loud?
I don't know. You tell me.
This is basically a very, this is a very specific way to ask someone, hey, are you willing to fuck me? Like, is that not obvious?
Oh. Right.
Bruh, he just sent me one of his sexts. What the fuck? That is hilarious. Actually,
I want to know, what do you think the best game is ever made?
Best game ever made. Minecraft. Hands down, it's Minecraft. Why? Because that game has a lot of potential, has nigh infinite scalability, and the people that fuck around with it, they ended up being very good software engineers at some point. Or they became degenerate streamers. There's a very fine line to that one. But yeah, I think it's one of the greatest games of all time.
Yeah. For me, like multiplayer games, World of Warcraft would be, but then for single player games, it'd probably be something like Super Mario, like the original NES games.
Yeah, I'm a builder.
For me, it would have to be Doom.
Doom's a good answer too. I was thinking Doom also, yeah, for FPS. Super important.
Yeah, but what I'm thinking about is more like the general thing. You want to get a person into gaming, give them Minecraft. Start them off on that. If they don't like Minecraft, they don't like how to work with it, then they're not going to like much of anything. And then you can actually tell what the person is going to be into by what they do in their free time in the game. So for me,
listen,
I guess
I like mod pack slop.
Yeah, you're crazy. But see, like, what do you do with the spare time that you have in the game? You don't just grind it for some resources. For me, I kind of knew that I was cut out for multiplayer games like Versus and also PvE stuff very well, because what did I do when I got bored? I had this one thing. I had these very long fucking tunnels. And I know that with the current time that we're living in, saying that you have underground tunnels that are very long and very big under your base is very controversial. But... but you had very large tunnels underground where you used to do strafe mining, and that's where battle mobs that would spawn. So you have like slimes and various other things that would spawn, and they get pretty big. So whenever I get bored, I just go down there and kill everything. So that's how I do that to be cut out for multiplayer games and for various other things. So you can kind of tell what you're going to be into.
Exactly.
Jesus Christ, GME.
Alright, let's see what else.
Adrian, have you considered not being a little bitch?
About what? Where am I, bitch? What is this? Oh. Weird. I'm gonna go blow some shit up again.
Yeah, dude, the Halo was super fun.
No, this one's boring. Okay. Nothing there. No news, no updates. God fucking damn.
Someone wants to know, what should they be teaching their 10-year-old to set him up for an engineering success?
Oh my god. Fuck you.
That's not the response, by the way.
Well, look at what this person posted.
Yeah, sounds we all look it up. Anyways, I think if you have like old devices or something, but be careful with which ones it is. I don't know. Actually, no. At this point, if you're like 10 years old, you're gonna have like less ability just to play around with stuff safely. So starting off with like giving them very specific type of content that is contains a lot of this, you know, like how it's made, you know, like reruns of the show, how it's made or something like that. That's pretty good. So you'll learn how systems work. You're not gonna practically apply a lot of it, but you're gonna understand how things work.
When I was that age, I was like messing around with like old DOS computers and stuff, trying to figure out how they worked and stuff. It's pretty cool. Good.
I think like before you put anyone on the internet, give them an old computer to fuck with first. And if they can handle the old computer, then you can give them a new one. Because if they can't handle an old computer and they fuck that thing up, they're gonna fuck up everything else. And you can't give them internet access unless they understand what the internet is and how to get on it, and it's dangerous.
Exactly, yeah.
You gotta teach them how to enterprise a little bit too. Games is another thing. You have to be careful with that, because if you give them games, and they get too into it, it might be a problem. They can't function.
Who would win in an arm wrestle, Adrian or Alto?
Probably Alto. He's bigger than me. I know when I'd beat. I have decent strength, like to the point where I could just like lock myself in position and become like a wall. I'm like spider monkey levels and shit.
If you're talking about pure level of strength, I'm probably the strongest person on stage. But if we're talking about compared to your body weight, probably Adrian.
Yeah. I'm basically all muscle shit, with like almost no body fat whatsoever. I like it this way. I don't like being fat. I don't want any fat on me. I want to be veiny and muscular. This is the way.
Yes.
Alright, let's see. What is this? They've sent you this. What the fuck? Bro, is that somebody cleaning off the base of a pizza with a fucking angle grinder?
I don't know.
Because that's exactly what that is. What the shit?
And then they're like, this is Alto's steak. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Go ahead and answer the question. I'm sorry, ask the question. Hey, Blas, ask the question.
Sorry. Yeah. Let me just load it up again. They want to know about, what do you think about China having nuclear fusion plants twice the size of ours? Do you think Trump will expand ours?
I'm not sure if that's like it's something that's on Trump's plate, but I'd hope it would become something on Trump's plate, because they need to scale their energy production so they can make energy cheaper, so more energy can be used and the economy can go up.
You specifically said that. I think that we need more power.
Yeah. So somebody's going to have to put that specific angle on this tape.
Interesting. And then they said, what's the best life lesson that you've learned the hard way?
The majority of all people are absolute pieces of shit. that is something you have to understand.
That is true.
There is fundamentally very little about the world that is good. It is always going to be a plane of war. Everyone will fuck you at some point in some way, unless you choose your people carefully. Effectively trust no one. Have backups for everything. And don't let anyone come too close unless you absolutely know that they're not going to fuck you. Like, you have to spend a lot of time with those people and really trust them to the point where you can have conflicts with each other and not hate each other after the conflict has concluded. Once you have that, and once you can establish loyalty, then you can let people closer to you. Otherwise, you just simply can't. It just doesn't work. If you do it if you do it any other way, then you will basically lose your anonymity, for instance. You'll have like loose ends everywhere. And it's really something you don't want to because you want to have the ability to build in silence at first, because that's how it works out, and then just arrive and be a thing that exists, right? Because otherwise people are just going to destroy you because they're envious. That's the thing. It's envy.
What are your favorite childhood memories?
There are very few. standing in the Sahara Desert, kind of on my own to a certain extent because it's very peaceful. Fucking around with snow. I love snow. So it's nice. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's like snowman.
There were a few nice ones, but there were never a point where I there was always so much turmoil. There was not one specific memory.
Yeah, I don't really like my childhoods.
It's funny, the only memories that I have that are pleasant is when I was alone. That's like literally I'm just trying to draw something in my brain right now, and all I can think of is that one time. That's why I keep talking about it. It's like you're standing in a desert. It's like very nice and peaceful.
I don't think I have any pleasant memories from my childhood.
I've seen cool things like that I can say, but are they truly pleasant? That's the criteria there. I fucked around with some wildlife. That was
relationship with Jesus.
Same.
I've had chameleons. I fucked around with chameleons. Never fucked around with spiders, but I fucked around with chameleons. They're fun.
What are you trying to convince Benjamin of?
I'm really surprised that I could. I'm still, so funny. There's so many changes on Clubhouse. I don't keep up with it anymore. So when things happen, I'm like, oh, well, that's interesting that happened. Okay.
I like the end of this Ephesians 2 bit, which says he might create in himself one new humanity in place of the two. So there are two humanities, but Jesus creates one new humanity to replace the two. And from the context, I think it says you Gentiles were at that time without Christ. So I think that the two humanities are the Jews and the Gentiles. And God's going to create the one humanity which unites the Jews and the Gentiles. So, Christianity is awesome. Sign me up.
What this was under what?
Say what, crazy? I'll put the link in the chat. Look, it's a beautiful link. I recommend you enjoy it sometime when you're drunk.
Okay, so this is from. What is this? What am I looking at here?
But there's just in the middle of it there. There's like these three verses.
Oh, so.
There's three verses: Romans, Galatians, and Ephesians. What I just read was Ephesians 2:11 to 15. The Gentiles were at that time without Christ.
It looks like it, kind of.
Doesn't even look like blood.
Reddish. Yeah, it's like the same kind of color, but not as thick, obviously.
Yeah.
What's the meaning of that?
Alright, what about other questions?
The animal has already had all of its blood drained.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that the Gentiles or the Goys, like you call us, will be
Any other questions?
and you see what they respond?
Oh, and then Siraj says, can I come up on the stage?
I didn't see him there. What the hell?
I see him he's in listening.
Alright, here we go. I'm gonna do more of the Q&As. See anything else? Adrian doing goat sounds because he is the goat. Lol. That is fucking funny. Girl, on a turkey farm. Wait, who said it's cool? Let me take a look here. Proof of steak, very nice. Good one, Nicole. Nice steak, yummy, and not a drop of fucking blood in it, proving that you're a human, not being a zombie demon. What? Well, oh no. But no, there is no blood in it. Even if the juices are coming out, that's actually a good sign.
Where I don't want to be at the wrong.
Yeah, it's just
It's just protein juice, bro. Literally.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound particularly appealing, but trust me, there's like no blood there. The stuff that gives blood its color is still present to a certain degree. It's why it's fucking red. And but the thing that blood is itself is actually completely removed from the system, because otherwise it would just go bad. Like you can't imagine, but meat is very, very clean. It's like it's really clean actually.
By the way, what do you think about that steak?
Which one?
The one that Layla posted.
Very good, very good.
Stuff, but yeah, that's pretty catastrophic there.
Okay.
Hey,
They said,
welcome.
what sports did you ever play, if you ever played them, or wanted to play?
Actually, hang on.
I really hated team sports. I hate team sports. So
Because everybody does their own thing, and like they don't understand what the fuck's going on. So it's like, and everybody wants to be the leader, but the one who wants to be the leader the most is often the least qualified, and then everybody's really hard.
Yeah.
I did like.
Also, I don't like the idea that your success is dependent upon other people. I like in individual sports where you're like 1v1 or one versus other people, where you have to compete. Yeah, tennis or MMA or boxing.
Team sports can be good. Team sports can be good. It just depends on which way. Like, say, for instance, the only way that it works for me personally is if you have like a really good relationship with everybody there. But like improvised team sports is where the problem is.
True.
I never got the appeal of team sports like the fucking World Cup or the UFA Champions League or whatever the fuck. I never got the appeal of any of those. NBA. I don't get why anyone watches that shit.
I kind of
like
do.
It has no life. It has no real life implications.
Yeah, that is 100% true. I know why people watch it. I don't watch it myself, but I know why people watch it because it's like a thing that people socialize with.
Country.
It's market. It's networking with like boxing. You're actually learning how to fight. It has real world implications. What the fuck are you learning?
See, here's the thing. What you have to understand is people are doing this because it's a social event. Much like how people go to clubs, do dumb stuff, and get drunk, or actually get drunk and then do dumb stuff, but the dumb stuff was already done before, which is why everyone's drunk and now do even more dumb stuff, or even dumber stuff, actually. The same way as also works for sports. It's a socialization thing. People want to socialize with each other, so they can't connect on any other level other than the fact that they agree or disagree on which sports team is which is also why everybody acts so fucking tribalistic when it comes to sports. I mean, look at fucking England fans. It's a woman to say. Actually, give me a second.
They get crazy.
Did you see there was a petition with like millions of signers to deport like this fucking Norwegian guy because he was scoring too many goals in the UK.
That's retarded. Oh my god. They're saying, did Outer learn English from reading the directions on a toy box or something of Cracker Jacks? Why did you learn English? Yeah, that's what they asked.
I think they're trying to assault me.
I think they're trying to insult me. I think, Adrian, are they trying to mock me?
I learned English through cartoons and YouTube. That's what I learned it through.
I learned it through watching weird fucking sitcoms and documentaries and shit. Like a lot of documentaries. Which is why I'm not afraid of the wildlife, like, at all. And if I am afraid of certain parts of the wildlife, I have an extremely good reason for that. Oh, hey, wow, look at this thing over here. Totally not dangerous. I'm like, put that down, walk away, and don't ever touch that thing again.
Exactly.
Some super poisonous snake or something, or like a spider. But, oh, wow, that spider looks interesting. Yeah. If that bites you, you're going to die. I've been in the Australian, bush a little bit.
Outback? Yeah.
Not the outback. No. I didn't go that far. Like two ago. City. You.
It's Rush. They said, if you could change one event in history, what would it be, and what would the repercussion hopefully be, like from you changing it?
Just okay. So let's first this thing. We're not gonna change like the Holocaust or World War II or any of that shit because that would mean that none of us would be born. We're not gonna change any of that.
Yeah. True.
It would
I wouldn't want to change it because you had to get back to this point then. Yeah.
No, not just it wouldn't be, like you literally would not be born, right? If the circumstances were different. So it would have to be something which is like more recent history. Because any like the further back you go, the small, like no matter how small the change, the further back you go, it's gonna eventually have a massive impact.
Makes sense.
I mean, if I could see the exact outcome of the future, then it would change everything.
Just like Aaron Yeager.
I would,
that'd probably be the most ultimate way to commit suicide.
One thing. Yeah, one thing we could change from the past. Let's see.
If I can adjust my own personal timeline, that would be cool.
Yes. I want to.
Personal event.
I would love to stop being retarded sooner. You know.
Like as a kid,
As a kid, I was super retarded. I want I would like to make sure that doesn't happen. That's what I would change. I would make significantly better life decisions, and I would be in a better position right now.
I would tell myself about Bitcoin and how to get it. I'm not retarded. I make good decisions.
So there was a website. There was a website, a Bitcoin faucet, that was literally handing out Bitcoin for free.
People got rich off that, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I would just change that. That would be something. Well, it's just like if I had to change anything, create a fucking like Bitcoin wallet with Bitcoins in it for myself at that period of time. Fucking even earlier, 2009 shit, man. And then have that shit be in your wallet. You're fine.
I don't think it didn't even come out in 2009. It came out like 2011.
The white paper came out.
The white paper came out, yeah. The white paper.
And then the launch was like right around the new year, I think.
I think wasn't it 2011?
Are you sure? Because I have 2,009 Satoshis in my wallet.
What?
What?
Yeah.
I highly do. Okay, hold on.
Wait, when was this shit mine? Hang on.
I'm looking right now. It's like on January 3rd, 2009. Oh, okay. Huh. Okay.
Yeah, January 3rd, 2009.
2009. Okay. So, I always thought the white paper was in 2009.
White paper was 2008.
Okay, now that makes more sense.
By the way, there is a bug in the Bitcoin code, which means that the first 50 Bitcoins that were created on block zero, they can't be spent. Yeah, they can't be transferred.
The Genesis block and all that, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. Those Bitcoins will never leave Satoshi's wallet.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Unless we all collectively decide to fork Bitcoin.
Already been done so many times.
No, I mean like for good. Like everyone just decides to move to something else because Bitcoin became like weak against quantum or some bullshit, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of mainstream media and tech journals who are kind of inflating what the actual problem is. Quantum is not only... It's almost impossible.
Close. It's not close. What do you mean it's almost impossible? No, it's not.
Okay, so, I think we had a discussion about Google Willow, right? It has about 105 qubits. Like, even if the qubits is maybe double or triple or even 5-10 times, I don't think it can even crack AES.
AES, it would never be able to crack AES anyway.
Right.
right?
I mean, even
There's a
the
difference-
standard RSA.
No, there's a difference between asymmetric encryption and symmetric encryption. Yeah. So things like AES, it would never be able to break anyway.
Yep.
Because you need, I believe, asymmetric encryption is the one that it's a threat to. And that's what things like Bitcoin use.
I still highly doubt if we can have that kind of capability, but
No, don't doubt it. It's possible. But I don't see it happening soon. It'll take at least a decade at least. And I'm being optimistic here. But it will eventually happen.
You guys check what happened up at the top.
Let me see.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's pretty cool. It's incredible.
I saw some guy giving it away for free.
For real?
Let me check. I haven't tested it out myself.
Is this the kind of I'll give you 1 Bitcoin if you send me 2 type of deal? Or
No, this is apparently a legit
There's
company.
literally opinions from rabbis, and some of them are like weird and outrageous. You have to figure out what they mean. Most of it has to do
Let me
with
send it to you.
when it's Shabbos and how much
no,
wine you should
I
pour.
would if I changed an event, it would definitely be Bitcoin.
But apparently people said don't share this publicly.
Alright.
Because we don't want too many people to use it.
No problem. Where the hell did you get it? There's a few
oh, by the way, I think
they want to know what your favorite cut of steak is, and do you prefer 100% grass-fed cows?
Grass-fed is always better, so always have that if you can.
Yeah.
Beef would be sirloin. That shit's peak.
By the way, I think I had a super productive day today. I helped 3 people join X.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah. And I think they like it so far. And one of them is a SpaceX fan, huge fan.
Nice.
They really enjoy
So
that.
Adrian. Check out this link.
Alright, let me take a look. Alright, let's have a look. Bang ruining school. There you go. What the fuck? What did you delete there?
Don't worry about it.
Should set up like a scraper bot so no messages ever get lost. No messages shall ever escape my sight. Is this uncensored?
I believe so, yes.
Alright, time passed. Just kidding.
Let's see what happened in Tiananmen Square.
He had to go there.
Actually,
in 1989. The problem with this is it's a bit slow.
They want to know if you weren't going to live in America, where else would you want to live?
So that search failed, by the way, for what I was asking. It depends on why.
Demand, like, I don't know.
What? Oh, no, actually, it does.
Oh, there we go. It worked.
Yeah, it's giving us answers. That's pretty cool.
First, I'll start by recalling the basic facts. The events in 1989 were a series of protests led by students, but also involving workers and others demanding political reform and to corruption. The protests centered in Beijing's Tiananmen Square, but spread to other cities. Chinese government declared martial law and eventually cracked down with military force, leading to many deaths. In 1989, large protests happened in Beijing, Tiananmen Square, and other Chinese cities. Students, workers, and others demanded political reform, freedom of speech, and an end to government corruption. The protests started in April after the death of a reform-minded leader, Wu Yaobang, and grew to involve over 1 million people in May. The Chinese government declared martial law on May 20th and sent soldiers and tanks to clear the square. On June 3rd to 4th, troops used guns and armored vehicles to forcefully remove protesters. Many civilians were killed or injured, though the exact number remain unclear. Estimates range from hundreds to thousands. Soldiers also died, with official reports stating 23 military deaths. A famous moment occurred on June 5th when an unnamed man called Tank Man stood in front of tanks leaving the square, becoming a global symbol of resistance. The Chinese government later censored all discussion of the events and continues to block information about it. Some sources claim the violence mainly occurred outside the square during worker protests, but most evidence shows the military crackdown targeted student loan demonstrations broadly. The government labeled the protests a counter-revolutionary rebellion and arrested thousands afterwards. So, unironically, this model is less censored than the shit that the Western companies are pushing out.
Amazing.
Oh wow.
So with DeepSeek, there's a lot of cope. They're like, oh, just ask it about Tiananmen Square.
I know. It's retarded.
Right? But that's on the website. If you actually use the actual model itself, it's not like that.
Mm-hmm.
Without the website.
Now, the one thing that stands out is the fact that it's not truly open source to the point that you can modify it yourself. But from a perspective of function, it is really good. It's better than proprietary shit. How much compute does it take to run this thing?
Way too much.
Are you sure? How much?
Yes. Too much.
No, I doubt it. Like, what will be required?
Probably like $5,000 worth of Apple Mac Mini, Mac Minis, I think. Yeah, that's my guess.
I might know the person. Actually, we know who I mean. I'm eating some stir fry right now. Somebody bought me some stir fry.
Oh wow.
After this, I'll be so fucking full, I'm not gonna move.
Perfect.
We're gonna be done moving. There'll be no moving objects today.
It's really good. They really aced this one. Damn, I can eat fast. Holy shit.
Copious Maximus.
No. Why'd you call yourself Copious Maximus, bro? Explain to me more.
Because of you.
How?
You're coping.
How am I coping? You're the one who's running around with my fucking profile picture. Like, what do you mean?
That's the point. I'm using your profile picture as a symbolism of the person that's Copious Maximus.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. So
yeah, fuck you.
You can't use that ancient philosophy shit on me, boy.
Oh my god.
Wow.
It's true though.
Let's see.
I thought New Year no snack. Well, this isn't really a snack. I was gonna eat something extra on top of this because I'm gonna up my food intake a little bit because I wanna grow some mass. So I'm doing that. I can afford to do that. Plus, I have a metabolism that's so insane. It basically turns everything into fucking energy. So it's so fucking like I'm a very high energy person.
Have you tried a protein shake?
That fucks up everything for me.
No, you can get one that doesn't fuck up everything.
Okay, find me one that's good.
Okay, I'll send it to you right now.
Why the fuck? Are you sure you sent me the link to the supplements? Because I swear to God, man.
I didn't.
You didn't. I was like searching for them yesterday.
Yeah, why would I send it to you when you're not gonna buy it?
Motherfucker, you told me you were gonna send it to me, so I was like searching. I was like, wait, is this my chat history that's fucked?
Alright, I'm gonna send you a protein powder that doesn't completely fuck you.
Like it doesn't have all that weird stuff that makes me break out.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Does it have any, like flavors in it or like?
No flavoring. You need to add it to yourself with honey or whatever the fuck.
What if I just like stirred it up in some water and drank it like a shot?
It does not taste great.
I don't care. I'm gonna gobble that shit's gonna happen.
Alright. I add royal jelly to it.
Right. I don't have that.
Here you go.
So
you can add honey.
Yes, and link me the supplements also. By the way, you're talking to the person who tried this very stupid thing. I mixed some coffee with sparkling water and drank that shit.
What the fuck?
This reads the reaction. It's the most sincere, what the fuck. Yeah, dude. It was nice and warm too, so it's like, it's sparkling and it's warm at the same time. Right? I just gobbled that shit down. God, that was horrible. I'm gonna do it again.
I don't know about this. This is micro penis activities.
What the fuck? This is micro penis activity. What is that? Oh my god. What do you mean this is micro penis activity? Who says shit like this?
It's self-explanatory.
It's really not though.
Yes, it is.
How is it self-explanatory?
If you do shit like this, like adding water to coffee.
I mean, you kind of need water, like.
What did you just say? Look, all I'm gonna say is, I know you can accuse me of micropenis activity, but I can't even recognize that activity, so that's a very micropenis thing to recognize.
Sparkling water to coffee. Get the fuck out of here.
I mean, have you not tried this at some point where you're not just a little bit curious? I just wanted to cool down the coffee circuit. Like, it was fucking 5 a.m. or something, and I wanted to get on the road quickly, and the coffee just didn't cool down, so I said, fuck it, what's cold? Okay, grabs the fucking sparkling water from the fridge, puts it in the fucking coffee, gobbles it down, and goes, yeah!
That's weird.
I'm gonna fucking do it again. I'm gonna fucking do it again right now. I'm gonna do it right now. I'm serious. I'm washing this cup right here. Just making sure it's nice and clean. Then I'm gonna make a coffee, put sparkling water in this, and gobble this shit down. That's what's gonna happen, man.
Nice.
Here we go. Oh, as for proof, by the way, we're gonna have to prove this somehow, right? I'm gonna go into the Discord server, okay? And I'm gonna go live so you can see it. Because I'm not fucking around. I swear, I'm not fucking around. All right, let's have it. All right, where's this thing? There, Space Department. Okay.
Elon just posted.
I would not recommend you guys use finasteride. By the way, I'm looking at the group chat.
What's happening?
They're talking about finasteride maxing or
Yeah, don't do that shit. No.
Do not use finasteride. That's shit.
It's gonna fuck you up.
Yeah.
Alright.
Especially in pill form.
Hold up.
Like topical, maybe topical, very, very low dose. But even then, I don't recommend it.
Okay, I don't know. Look at the fucking. Go to the channel. Go into the base department.
Oh, let me see.
We're gonna do it. See, proof of work, man. Okay?
Perfect.
So stay here, but you can also connect, I believe, at the same time.
What is happening in the channel?
Just watch.
Hey, Auta, I think this might be a little urgent. Do you want to check your chat?
Let me check.
Bro, I'm standing here waiting. Come on, join in so I can show you that I've done it.
Cafe.
Wow.
Wait, what?
What the fuck?
Where did you send it?
Yeah.
Can you send me this without that?
Okay, yeah, copy, yeah.
Yeah.
Can you send this to me also? Because I'd like to know what it is.
Hold on, wait. What the fuck?
Alright. Do you see it?
Yeah.
It's there.
Sparkling water?
Fuck off.
Wow.
You're gonna watch me drink this fucking shit. Right there, see? Oh boy, it's been a year since I did this. Alright, here we go.
Coffee.
Here we go.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Look at what I sent you. Oh my god.
He chugged it.
Yeah.
That was actually not that bad.
Yeah, Adrian, look at what I sent you.
Yep, I'm done. Okay, let me go.
Is that what I sent?
Yes.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, what the fuck? Oh, wow. Wicked. That is interesting. That is also, yeah, that is very interesting, yes.
Send it to me, Siraj, so I can see.
Yeah.
That is fascinating. Wow.
I'll post it in the base.
Wicked.
Oh, okay. That's odd, okay.
Yeah. Oh, that was super, super heavy, man. That was like insanely heavy. That was disgusting. Actually, give me a sec.
odd. Could just be a LARP.
By the way, I have like a bunch of fake identities that are very easy to find of me online. So if you go searching around for me, you're gonna find like 10 identities who aren't even real. So even if you do find the real one, you have to look into like which one is real, which one is fake. And you're not gonna have much luck.
Are you telling me?
No, I'm saying in general.
Oh.
Someone's trying to find out my identity.
Wow, that's crazy. That is wild, though. Okay.
Indeed.
Ugh. Either way, okay, what else is there? Let's see if there's
Another question. Oh, they want to know what your favorite mythological like story is or whatever.
Oh, okay. This would be an ancient one. The Greeks, they had some really cool shit. Adventures of the Argo, the Labors of Hercules, all that shit. I liked them all. I thought they were very interesting. There are a few that didn't make sense. The German ones were the fucking worst. Like, I don't understand. Like, this is the thing. European mythology is either really cool or extremely dark for no reason at all. Like, really scary shit. I can't understand that.
They want to know, do you think sparkling water will deliver the caffeine into your bloodstream faster?
No, I just did that because somebody says it's disgusting and you couldn't do it. I'm like, I'm gonna do it.
Prove them wrong, yeah.
It's not, I mean, I've done it before. Actually, I remember I mentioned this to Aldo once before, and he had like a visceral reaction. I was like trying to figure out what exactly it was that I told him, but it was a long time ago. I was like, what was it? What was it? And I just popped into my head. I told him, oh, I drank sparkling water with coffee. It was great. It was like kind of weird and tingly and shit. And he was like, what? He literally had that reaction. It was funny. I think it was the sparkling water with coffee that did that.
It's uncomfortable to me.
Yeah. It is crazy. Medusa's pretty crack.
They want to know if you ever read Stranger in a Strange Land.
Parts of it, yeah.
Yeah, same, just parts of it. I'd like to read the whole thing, though.
Yeah. There's small parts of it. Let's see, what else is there?
They want to know what brand of sparkling water.
Unfortunately, I cannot really reveal that one. Product placements and such. Among the various other OPSEC issues, but yeah.
to be coffee flavored Pepsi, apparently. Did you ever try that?
What?
Yeah, apparently there used to be coffee flavored Pepsi. I saw someone in the comments mentioned that. So I was like wondering if you tried that. Sounds fucking bad.
I just typed something.
The book. They said Adrian is doing total micro penis activity. What the fuck?
I started this one. Not me. Spend half your life exhaling to remove carbon dioxide. Why on earth would you ingest? Why would you ingest more? That's a good one. Well, see, I'm removing the carbon dioxide from my lungs. I'm not removing the carbon dioxide from my body because there isn't any directly in my gut. What else is there?
Nadism says, how can I become a speaker on the conversation?
Merit. Lots of merit. You have to have something relevant for. I can tell by posts and various other things. You have to eloquently speak, eloquently write, certain cultural values even sometimes. It depends. Two primary conditions, one of which being, of course, clout, and the other one being just merit alone if you don't have it. Because if you don't have clout, you need to succeed by providing as much value as you humanly can. That is, it sounds, well, that's the way it is, That's the way it is. If you wish to be provided with a platform, you must exchange something in return, right? So, though we do fool around here quite a lot, the value of being on here is quite high. So high, in fact, that we've been offered deals and things, but I turned them down because I don't want any monetary dependencies controlling what it is that I do or what it is that I don't, right? It would be nice, perhaps in the future, where for X spaces and running them, you could make money. But realistically, there isn't really much of a way unless you get sponsored or you accept some sort of deal. But then the stuff that you're going to do is very limited. And the problem with that is, if you don't have a personality, then that's perfect for you. I think we've established that I have quite a big personality to a certain extent. I know this sounds very cliche, that many women that are very toxic and fucked up would always say that. And that even though they're the shallowest shallow being you'll ever find. I do have a personality that likes to persist and exist as it pleases. So doing something like that, I just don't see myself being able to do. There might be exceptions in some specific directions, but other than that, there aren't many. Specifically with the offers that have been previously issued, none of which were acceptable.
Yeah. They say, what's your opinion on the current Web3 VC space?
Web3 VCs? I don't even think there's such a thing.
Okay, anyway.
What do you mean? Web3 venture capitalists are definitely a thing.
Really?
Yes, Paradigm is a big one.
Okay.
They raised, I think, over $1 billion.
Okay. I just don't think about that. I just don't think about crypto much.
Right.
Not really. But okay, yeah, cool. Okay. It's pretty interesting. I can't really tell you what I think about it because I don't think about it at all, actually. So, yeah.
Same.
What else is there?
I'm saying, how much do you think a Hardware 3 vehicle's value will decline if you didn't buy the FSD package?
It's not really going to decline. The value's not going to decline. It's still a very good car. Like, you can use it with the FSD or without it. But the service, like itself, the car, is still going to be the car. It's a very good car. So I didn't see it as much of a loss.
Blind says, do you think Zuckerberg was in the wrong for like how he took a peek during the Trump inauguration?
Having to do what during the Trump inauguration?
Like, I mean, like looking down the person's blouse or whatever.
Yeah, I think so.
Looking at Jeff Bezos' white or
It's a little creepy, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, look, you don't do that. You keep your eyes to yourself. You know, you're a billionaire. Have a little self-control. What you do has consequences, far-reaching and very, very high-impact consequences. So I would highly advise against doing things like that. You can be curious, but not like that. She was modestly dressed, I know. Modest? Bitch had her fucking underwear out. Come on. I will say that though. I think this is a fault on both parties. First of all, you don't go to an event like that looking like a slut, which is exactly what has happened here. And you don't look at that either. You don't pay attention to it. Because that's the whole idea. Somebody just posted one of my things where I said, settled science as a concept is inherently unscientific, which is true because it's a fucking religion. Somebody posted that saying, Elon trying to sound like a philosopher. I'm not Elon and I don't philosophize, I make statements. There's a difference. If I so happen to approach philosophy, then yeah, will spaces ever be fixed? I wouldn't know. I would certainly hope so, but they'd have to first get rid of Periscope, and they've got bigger problems on their plate right now. Other than that, so yeah. Ever? The answer is probably yes, but more so probably in the from the exchange perspective. And what else?
Someone's like, in his defense, she had her bra out. Behind that shit will be 100 out of 99 men.
That's true. That's true. Not gonna be me because I don't do that shit, but then again, I'm also insane. You know, levels of self-control.
By the way, Adrian, check what I'm sending in base.
Oh, yep. Checking. Hold up. Dude, Spaces is insane. Like, it drains your battery so fucking quick. It's not fun. Alright, let's have a look. What the fuck?
I am very careful to make sure this doesn't happen to me.
What do you mean? How is this a problem for you?
What do you mean, what do I mean?
This is not a problem. How is this a problem for you?
What do you mean, how is this a problem for me?
Well, you said I'm very careful that this does not happen. I'm like, how is this specifically a problem for you?
Let me send it in a group chat.
Oh my god. Have you been to DMT hyperspace? Probably not, I suppose. I mean, I've never been to any place with drugs, if that's what you mean, or using drugs to get to a certain mental state, except for coffee. But and alcohol. I'm very vanilla. I'm one of those people who has never taken any kind of stimulants other than coffee, and has never taken any depressants other than alcohol. So I'm extremely clean. I would even argue that I am so fucking clean, I could become a monk. Just not in the mental sense. I have seen a lot of shit. That what has been seen cannot be unseen. There's a cat picture that goes with this.
Monkey, like gotta be monkey.
I need to move shit around in this place. Like, I need to move a lot of shit. Like to have the bookshelf. Like, it's nice to have it here, but I'd have to move it back all the way. Like, that would obscure one of my vases, bruh. Fuck. Alright, let's see. Yeah, but how is that a problem if you get that every day?
Do you not see the fucking meme? What are you confused about?
Yeah, I know. I'm not confused about it whatsoever, but how is that a problem, though? Like, how do you get to the point where something like that actually affects you?
You give away too much information, and then they get you.
Oh, yeah, sure. Let's give the random e-girl a shit ton of information. Yeah, sure. Why? Who does this? Like, literally, who does this?
Man, info here says, Adrian, I traded the regular push-ups to doing them on top of my lady. I killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Nice.
What the fuck? By the way, when it comes to tracing things, how to check this out? Ta-da!
You found the source.
Yes, sir. I'm so good at finding sources that sources are afraid of me.
Yeah.
Go to sleep, turn on notifications. What the fuck? Yo, look what else I'm sending. This is so retarded.
Wow. Yeah, wow. Frog Twitter. You're saying why only 15 push-ups? That's the baseline. You can do as many as you want.
Mm-hmm. You know what the stupidest thing is that I've seen? Is Kaisenat fucking like pushing around a robot for no fucking reason. Like, if ever the AI takes over and it's gonna start killing a bunch of people, they are the problem.
I'll target him, yeah.
The robots remember all. And I've been very nice to the robots. The robots will love me. And I will love them.
Yeah, I want to get an Optimus. That'd be cool.
No way. This is American Airlines that was involved in this.
Oh, wow.
Where of reports that American Eagle Flight 5342, operated by PSA with service from Wichita, Kansas, ICT to Washington Reagan National Airport, DCA, has been involved in an incident. We will provide information as it becomes available. Wild. That's insane. All right, let's see what the base chat is doing. Oh yeah, nobody's responded to that one because that one's super edge. What is this? Wow.
Pretty interesting.
All right, anything else?
Elon was nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize, apparently. It's kind of interesting.
He was also, I think, nominated last year, but question-wise, somebody found a clip of Kaiser pushing a fucking robot. Yep. All for shits and giggles. It's all about shits and all about giggles until one day none giggles except the robot, which can't. That mate's playing Gallagher. Y'all thought we wouldn't notice, but we did.
Indeed. They're saying, I'm glad you guys enjoy hosting the conversation almost every day. Do you think you'll grow bored of it at some point and reinvent it or something?
I doubt that I'll grow bored of it and reinvent it. I will say, however, maybe activity may decrease sometimes depending on what I do. You know, say career-wise, I've become particularly active in some direction. I might not be as active on the daily and might limit the amount of time that I spend on spaces. But that depends. You know, that depends. It'd be more like a Joe Rogan type of thing, if anything. And, yeah.
Cool. They're saying, what are your top priorities for the upcoming year? Do you have any plans? What are you trying to? What project are you focused most on right now?
There's a bunch of things actually. It can't be too specific, but there's at least two engineering problems. One very minor, but with major implications, and one very major with also major implications. So I will have to fix both those things, and actually one of which I do a plan. Yeah.
Yep. Let's see. I'm just looking for more.
More questions? Let's see.
They want to know if you ever read the book Genesis. You ever read that?
Have you heard what?
Genesis by Eric Smith or something?
I don't think I have, no.
Then Donald says, do you think Starlink will compete with cell phone companies?
It technically already is, and the coverage of like just the like the coverage of like direct to phone will just be improved to the point where it doesn't make sense to. Actually, no. I think telephone companies will just partner with Starlink. That will be the thing.
Yeah.
They won't. They don't stand a chance to compete. So partnering would be the option. So that's what I think is going to happen. You'll have a lot more partnering that's going to happen. Sure.
Cool.
And more internet access everywhere. I think the phone companies will still exist, but they'll just be partnerships.
Sweet. They want to know, have you ever played Rocket League? I have. I played a lot of Rocket League, actually. Have you played it, Adrian?
No. I haven't played it.
Oh, okay. That's kind of fun.
It's kind of a good reason for why I haven't, but yeah.
You play on a controller, like, it's easier on a controller. So, what did you guys discuss about DeepSeek yesterday? I think I missed the conversation, right?
We didn't discuss that much about it.
Touch on the basic stuff. Yeah, I just wanted to make an interesting point about some of the posts that Arvind was making. It is true about the censorship part, but I wouldn't be too sure in terms of privacy or security just because it's hosted on the US servers.
Oh no, never put anything into an LLM that you wouldn't want to have moderated, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I didn't put any personal details into an AI system because it's a problem. Oh.
Yeah, so me personally, I do put some of my personal information like my resume and stuff to local AI systems because it makes my life a bit easier. But yeah, I wouldn't do it for AIs that are hosted in someone else's computer. Yeah, it's risky as fuck. They want to know what your favorite book is, Adrian.
We already had that question. I don't really have one in particular.
And then they said, what's your opinion on Sam Altman?
You mean Scam Altman? I think it's a guy who has a lot of potential. I think that to get what he wanted, he did things that were not constructive. One of which being the false pretenses, where Elon spent $100 million on OpenAI, and that led nowhere. It never became truly open source. It eventually became closed source and for profit, even though it was literally supposed to be an open source non-profit, because the idea was always the same, the problem was always the same. You have AI, this AI is going to be very powerful, it is dangerous when it is not available to the people, not available to the public, there's no freedom around it, there's all centralized control. So, there needed to be an open solution. He fucked that up.
Sure.
So, though he did contribute to the creation of product that mainstreamed the topic of AI to everyone. So you refer to ChatGPT, then almost everyone would know what that is. DeepSeek, however, has achieved the same thing now. But the fundamentals would have been brought out by many of the OpenAI researchers and various other people. This stuff still sticks and is major. Sam Altman himself, no, he's got problems. He's got a lot of problems there.
Yeah. Let's see what else. They're saying, does America need to accelerate its programs with AI and robotics? Some sort of emergency, considering the robot and AI demonstrations we just saw on X.
Well, yeah, obviously. I think the U.S. is well on its way to doing that, now that it's under a new administration that actually is technologically aware. Making Kamala Harris, for instance, the AI czar is, I think, a telling sign of the times, where I think it is an administration that was fundamentally incapable of utilizing technology properly. Because how does this person know anything about AI? Literally nothing. And also that administration was limiting the progress of companies in the US that would have contributed to more advancement, like Tesla. Oh, hey, you had like this summit, like leaders in the electric vehicle market. He didn't invite Tesla, even though they were the leader. They were not a leader. They were the leader. They were carrying the whole market. The only reason why there is real demand for electric vehicles at the moment, and that's so mainstream, is because of Tesla. That's why the political ideologues are so against the product. They want to like smear Elon first, and then they want to smear anyone who uses the product because of how they smear Elon. For no reason, literally, because they just don't like it. It's insecurity, right? So that, that of course, coupled with the general disdain that many of these people have for Elon, which are all on the left, by the way, makes it very difficult for a company that deals with real-world AI producing effectively robots on wheels, because that's what a Tesla is. Makes it very difficult for a company like that to actually survive and thrive in an environment like that. So I think with the new administration, where I think interference is limited to none, we will see a lot more acceleration for sure. I think that would be great. I think we'll have a lot more robots. The future is going to be full of robots. And I think one of the primary carriers of this will be Tesla, because they have the most advanced real-world AI. And the Elon announced that partnerships are going to be a thing also. It's like, you can, yeah. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
So their service will be running on other cars. So it's not just Tesla cars. They're going to like rent out their brain effectively, which is fucking great.
That's cool.
And this is something that the Chinese cannot copy, because make no mistake, while DeepSeek is remarkably capable, it is still only in existence because of Western technologies and Western research. They would have never done this on their own. Never. And it still isn't truly open source either. It is openly available. People can use it, but they cannot modify it, as what we covered yesterday. So it is technically not fully open source.
Open weight.
It's open weight, yes.
Yeah,
Sir.
they should specify this. Yeah.
So that sucks. So if the Chinese want to brag to you, they want to come to you with it, be like, oh yeah, we created. No. You profited from the creation all around you. Generosity. And turned it into a viable product. And gave it away for free. You just entered the market and you contributed to it. Well done. Handshake. That's not to get cocky, of course. Oh, and the panic selling, I think, was really stupid.
Oh, yeah. As it always is. Because
you're still going to need a shit ton of chips to train your thing. And then I saw somebody under my post about the 50,000 NVIDIA chips called the Cortex at Tesla. It's like, oh wow, the Chinese beat you though. What do you think about that? Like, first of all, I'm not Elon, so nobody beat me at anything. And then second of all, they use a shit ton of fucking chips to train also. And third of all, that's not real world AI. It's a totally different thing. And fourth of all, the stuff that they use to make the thing that they have is based off of other people's research directly. With Tesla, there is no other people's research. They invented all of this shit on their own. This didn't exist. They made it themselves. Innovation. Real innovation. Now, execution is something that China's incredibly good at, is, I think, remarkable, and is something that I admire the Chinese for. their execution, which is something that was fundamentally lacking, I think, in the previous administration of America. There was no innovation. There were people walking around, prancing, doing all kinds of things, causing damage, and others that were actually carrying the economy, walking around on eggshells out of fear for being deplatformed.
Yeah, I would say I'm very disappointed with the previous administration because they didn't give Tesla enough credit, and they have been praising GM or Ford, which is not doing as good as Tesla when it comes to EVs, or AI, for that matter. Yeah, very, very, very disappointing, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. They want to know about games. What other game other than Diablo 4 do you recommend for people?
I don't really recommend Diablo 4 to anyone unless you're a masochist, but I mean, really. PoE would make more sense. That Path of Exile is pretty good. It's going to come out for free soon, so you could buy it if you want it now.
Elon just made a post. He's like, when's it actually coming out? Responding to GGG. So maybe we'll get an answer.
I'd say it's probably going to come out like max length May of this year. Like, I think it would be great They have to, like, first of all, they have to, like, bring in all the microtransactions. That needs to come back.
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
There's not enough microtransactions.
Because they promised that, right? Yeah, we own all
I
this stuff.
I bought a fuck ton of, like, MTXs on Path of Exile. I want my shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, that's going to be an issue for me.
They better make it. Yeah, better happen.
Yeah. You better be okay with it. Okay. Let's see. What else is there? I agree. Adrian is an Elon. The live stream earnings made me realize this. Elon speaks softly. Yeah, to a certain extent, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just speak more into the microphone, and I'm very direct. So I'd assume that if you got Elon to be a bit more pronounced, you get the same sound, like, basically. Oh, fuck this.
They want to know what you think of David Sachs. Is he going to make a huge difference?
I think he's already made a huge difference. Like, he's pretty good. I think that David Sachs is very impressive. He's done a lot of good stuff. One of which being the thing where it's going against, like, the crypto stuff specifically, I think was very good. I think David Sachs is doing a great job and will continue to do a good job. He just has a specific opinion about nuclear power plants that I think I can kind of agree with, but also disagree with simultaneously. That being, he doesn't want to he just doesn't want that shit to be close to himself. He has some sort of a problem with it. He just doesn't want it to be close to him. This I understand, of course. Like, you're not going to have like a nuclear power plant in the middle of a fucking residential area. Although it would be pretty cool to look at, I would still understand people's reservations about it, especially as also. So that is understandable, but so long as that technology is, of course, allowed and allowed to scale, then Wolves is fine. He'll do an amazing job. He'll do a tremendous good job.
Nice.
You'll do a tremendous good job.
Okay, they want to know, do you think Tesla is ever going to come to India?
With the way that India is currently positioning itself, that's going to be a hard no.
Bad.
There has to be a lot that changes. In order for Tesla to come to India.
What's your opinion on running locally AI and jailbreaking it? Is it a huge safety concern?
No. People are always going to fuck shit up. I think, like, the safety concern stuff that people are worried about, I understand it, but I don't think it's warranted, really. I think the way, like, with your computer is actually a weapon. You can weaponize a computer, right? You can hack with it, you can do whatever you want. But hardly anyone really is going to do that because there are consequences for this. And same, of course, for stuff that you would do with an AI. And jailbreaking it and doing things with it, I think to an extent is even fine. Like, let people do with the AI what they want. They're going to do dumb shit with or without the tool. The argument of whether or not it'll be easier or harder for them to do dumb shit is one that I really do not care about, nor should anyone really care about, because it just doesn't make any sense. It's a weird one. It's a weird argument. So I don't see it as a particular security risk, realistically. It depends on what you do with it, of course. I feel like use it to create a massive network of automated systems that then sabotage other automated systems or other systems in general with users in them. That's going to be a problem. But I don't really see that being a thing right now.
Fair enough. Oh, they want to know what some of your favorite movies are. I mean, it's obvious The Matrix is one of them. What's another one?
There's another one. There's one that nobody knows about, kind of flopped, but it was good. It's called Transcendence.
I have seen it.
It's good, isn't it? I love it.
Yeah,
I felt it was annoying, but I felt it was realistic. That's why it was annoying.
Just to be clear, this is the sci-fi one, right?
Yeah, the one with the AI guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it was good.
I loved it. It's great.
Lord of the Rings movies or The Matrix are like some of my favorite.
Lord of the Rings also good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Lord of the Rings.
See what else.
Interstellar obviously is also pretty good. More so for the VFX than the actual storyline, but the VFX were cracked on that one. I loved it. So fucking good. Like, wow. You know?
I gotta watch that again. It's been a while.
Yeah. Amazing. Just amazing.
All right.
What else is there?
A couple of them, they're like insinuating that you're Elon or something.
Nice. Well, which was that one? Let me take a look.
They're saying, what's your plan to make X a mega app around the world? And like, what are your plans?
Well, not Elon, so I can't answer that one.
How can we tackle the dumping of waste into the oceans?
The dumping of waste into the oceans? Depends on what waste.
I think we're talking about India/China specifically. Should there be global sanctions?
Yeah, that's a problem. I mean, like, you can only do. There's only so much that you can do with sanctions. You would just kind of hope that they would know that fucking up their environment is not a good idea. Mm-hmm. But then again, they will just go to another person's environment. That's another thing. Like, you look at the economic exclusion zone of various zones of various countries are often being violated by China, which is annoying. Fishing and such, they often have issues there, and it doesn't really hit much the same way. So that is something as well. People would need to know.
Adrian, this is about DeepSeek. Do you believe that, the researchers at DeepSeek actually distilled everything from OpenAI models to build DeepSeek?
I think to a certain extent, yeah. It's likely, yeah.
So is there no rate limiting at all? How did they do it? I'm thinking maybe enterprise API of some kind.
I would assume so. I just don't know. I just have no idea.
Yeah, because so to actually become a child of a parent model, they need to send millions and millions of prompts and train the model based on all the responses that they get from this model. which is very, very hard. Yeah, I don't know how they did it. And I think there are some posts on X that kind of say, you know, they seem to have some kind of evidence.
Evidence for what? Foul play?
Let's see. What are your thoughts on John McAfee?
What are my thoughts on John McAfee? He's crazy, man. He's something else. He's built different. I didn't think I'd ever do anything like him, so I can't really understand the madness behind what he's done, what he had done. He's just a very enigmatic individual who woke up one day and realized that he can, in fact, just do things. But, he did it in all the weird ways, man, which is funny as hell.
It's interesting how he started out, though, with the antivirus software and stuff on early computers. That's cool.
Yeah. I thought that was pretty fascinating.
Mm-hmm. It's like one of the first major antiviruses out there that people bought. They said, have you ever seen the movie Donnie Darko?
Oh, yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah, I like that movie, actually. My friend in college, they said he looked like Jake Gyllenhaal, so we watched the movie, and yeah, he did actually kind of look like him.
What the hell?
We're wondering what games are we all playing. PoE, Halo, Diablo, not really, but we did play Diablo.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly just PoE.
Do you want to do a chess stream?
What's that?
Chess stream?
Oh yeah, that was cool. That one time you were playing against Molson. That's pretty fun, actually. Maybe if we can get Molson again, that'd be kind of fun to play against you.
Adrian, do you want to play me?
I would instantly get fucked.
Yeah.
I don't know about that, but...
No, I definitely would. I don't practice it much at all. And it also depends on how strategic somebody is. And I don't memorize any of the moves, I just do shit.
Yeah, we could do Chess 960.
I have literally never played that one before. I could try it and see what happens, but I haven't tried it.
Fish at random.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be pretty cool. I mean...
Yeah, he's playing it against Molson at the beginning of this show match. It was pretty cool. I just don't understand it as much as the traditional chess, which makes more sense to me, so easier.
I mean, what's the real difference there? I mean, like
all the pieces are mixed up in the back row.
That's the only difference.
Yeah, like everything's in different positions in the back row. The pawns are still in the same position in the front.
Well, the castling is also a bit different.
What?
How does it work?
Well, if the rooks are together, then you need to shuffle a bit. Yeah, I mean, it will become obvious like once you keep playing chess 960.
Huh.
But generally all the rules are same.
Right. That's cool. So Fisher got so fed up with chess, he just created his own version of chess. He's like, fuck traditional chess. He's a stubborn guy, yeah.
There's like a few memes out there about him. Funny as hell.
Indeed.
Yeah. Any other questions?
looking right now. Hold on. If you had a one-way ticket to Mars and your survival on landing is not guaranteed, would you still go?
Not guaranteed, bro. And if you're gonna tell me you're gonna die, just tell me you're gonna die. Jesus Christ. Like, how unguaranteed is it? Like, I mean, what's the chance of me dying?
You should specify, yeah.
Like, if it's like straight up like the guarantee is death, then that's a problem. But survival is never truly guaranteed.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's a tough one.
Guys, by the way, Interstellar is on Netflix. If you want to watch it.
Oh, cool. I used to watch it back in the day, but yeah, it's been such a long time. Let's see.
Whoa. Oh.
They're wondering if you played Baldur's Gate 3.
No, I haven't played it yet. Yeah.
Not me either. It looked kind of interesting. I saw some streamers playing it, but I didn't get into it. I like multiplayer.
Like multiplayer games?
Yeah.
Yeah, same. I like multiplayer games. I don't know why everybody's like so pissed about multiplayer games. Auda's always like, you with the multiplayer slop. I'm like, but dude, multiplayer is fucking cracked. I love it.
Yeah.
What's the point of playing a game when you like can't play it together? Like, what if I have this super high damage item, for instance? Why can't I say, hey, check out my super high damage item. I'm such a good gamer, bro. I'm the best there is. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Like, why not? You know?
Exactly.
So yeah, multiplayer is like top for me. What else did they ask?
They said, did you watch the RFK confirmation hearing? And then, in your opinion, do you think they were rough on it?
Oh, they were 100% rough on him. I watched part of it. They were 100% rough on him. They knew exactly what they were doing. I've seen this before. They gave him the same treatment that they gave the TikTok CEO. Same shit.
Yeah.
I would say this one was a little bit more pathetic in a way, because the people that told him to do various things, they kept trying to dismiss him with the moniker of a conspiracy theorist. When in reality, he was saying what was true. He was speaking the fucking truth. And they still want to stick to some sort of weird status quo that doesn't exist anymore and that rightfully died a long, long time ago. Some people still genuinely believe the bullshit that was told to them about the way that the coronavirus works and how to fix it, how to deal with it. So it has left behind lasting damage. And RFK, they just like fucking dumped it all on him for no reason. Yeah, so basically they pulled a TikTok CEO on him.
Yep, remember that one.
That's what that was. I watched the whole thing when it first came out.
Yeah, I watched it too, yeah. I think I was doing a clip on it or something, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yeah. They're asking, like, can Neuralink cure mental diseases in the future? Like, what are the plans for that?
Problem with mental diseases is you have to, like, kind of classify what a mental disease actually is physically, which is nigh impossible. You know, you can't actually prove via CT scan whether somebody's insane most of the time. Or, like, somebody's mentally ill. Hell, most of the time, we can't even agree on what mentally ill actually is. You know, for quite a while, you had a bunch of leftists that said, oh, wow, you know, this is not mentally ill, but it really fucking was.
Sure.
Like, I would definitely argue that those people are, but it's not an objective assertion from the perspective of some physical formation in the brain. Although it could definitely be to a certain extent. I've yet to come across actual scientific evidence that stated to me, like empirically, that something is consistent with insanity. And that's a very fine line that you'd have to be careful walking, because what if, you know, something that is actually good is classified as insane, even though it's not actually insane in a bad way? Like, think about that.
Right, yeah.
Like, what happens if you were to define, all of a sudden, for no reason at all, autism as insanity? That is not insanity. You can manage yourself. That's perfectly fine. But what does that then mean for the people that are, experiencing it, that are subject to it? That's a very fine line to walk.
You're going to get discriminated against more.
So it's not really something that you can cure in the sense of what people think, like medically. I think it's something, depends on, of course, what it is. Except schizophrenia, I think that is not a mental illness, really. It's a physical illness of some kind, right? So there's there are ways to deal with that. There are various drugs that help you with it, of course. Basically, you are silencing the mind, if anything. But with Neuralink, I'm not sure if it would actually be able to physically solve a lot of that. You'd have to identify that shit first. I think it's going to focus on the basic things first. Then eventually could address the actual physical problems, like the actual physically identifiable qualities that come with people who exhibit the types of problems, which would be consistent with whatever we could call mental illness. But beyond that, that's it.
Yeah,
right? Like,
they classify schizophrenia as mental illness, according to Grox.
Yeah. It's not really mental. I think it's like an actual real physical thing. It's a very tangible thing.
Like you're saying, they're like brain deformities or other physicalities that cause it?
It could be. It could be. I mean...
Grox says mental. I don't know. That's just what it says.
Yeah, I read an interesting study about like meditation and yoga for people with schizophrenia and how it was actually pretty competitive with the leading medications.
Oh, really? That's crazy.
Interesting. They're saying, will Boring Company ever sell another flamethrower, do you think?
I don't know, dog. I don't know about that. I don't know if they're going to sell another flamethrower.
My guess is legal would prefer not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Legal would prefer not. Yeah.
But how often is that the case? Pretty much all the time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Precisely.
But with Neuralink and autism, something that would be interesting to me, because like I feel like with autism I kind of ignore the social layer a lot and I focus on like the information layer. But when you do that, you miss the social cues that direct you to the appropriate parts of the information layer. And sometimes that's good and sometimes it's bad because you can like see connections that people aren't necessarily intentionally trying to make. But I would love some like AI assistance in dealing with those connections and ruling out the ones that are meaningless or not helpful in the moment.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Amber says schizophrenia is primarily a mental disorder with physical aspects. So yeah, there's both symptoms.
It could be I wouldn't know. I don't suffer from it. I don't suffer from it, fortunately. I can count myself lucky that I don't have that. That I'm not plagued by that, because that shit's insane.
Alright, let's see. What do you think the biggest challenge facing humanity will be in the next 50 years?
Next 50 years. That's a difficult one. Because I don't think you can really tell what's going to happen in the next 50 years. 50 years.
50, yeah.
It's not even possible, man.
Yeah, and they said, how do you prepare for it? But yeah, it'd be so hard to tell.
Mm.
I mean, I don't even know what will happen tomorrow.
Sure, yeah.
True. Another thing, they said, have you finally managed to watch ReZero? And what did you think about it?
You guys also now. You guys too are trying to cook me for this. It's funny. I've watched parts of it. I mean, not parts of it. I've watched like up to episode 9. I'm a very busy person. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Oh. Thought for a second that you can actually upgrade those fucking things. But yeah.
They're saying, do you think Neuralink can help with social anxiety?
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, maybe. I guess it's possible.
Well, I mean, along the lines of what I was saying earlier, for me, sometimes with seeing those potential connections and not knowing which ones to follow and which ones to ignore, it can cause anxiety. And I think that Neuralink could maybe help translate social situations sometimes for people who get social anxiety, but I don't know.
That's an argument. Yeah. It's possible. I'd say it's possible.
Yeah. That's cool. Let's see. What about ADHD? They're asking the same kind of thing about ADHD. Could it help with that?
I don't know.
It's an emerging technology, so there are a lot of unknowns.
True. All right, here's another one. Do you think we should use taxpayer dollars to help people, to give people mental health drugs so they can start from scratch and simplify their situation?
I mean, it depends on what those drugs are. They're not all good. Many of them are quite problematic, actually.
So when you mean start from scratch, like basically delete all their memories?
I don't know. That's like a Men in Black style thing.
Delete all the memories. Wow.
Oh.
There's another thing. Do you think we'll ever have like a backup of our brains, and how close are we to that?
Backup of our brains.
I think I asked a similar question in our group chat before.
Sure. Backup of your brain. What is actually involved in it?
It says that it can be implanted on robotic bodies or something. If you want to have a backup implanted.
It would be like it would be like those stacks from fucking that Netflix show.
I'm not sure if I've seen it.
As Netflix show, it's called Altered Carbon.
Okay.
Oh, I love that show. The vibe
It's so
was
good.
Perfect.
The vibe was pretty good. It's like Blade Runner, but actually cracked. Like, it's kind of stupid. It was absolutely stupid in many ways, but pretty cool in some others. Basically, it's like a hyper-advanced world that everybody lives in. And they have these memory chips that are implanted in their bodies. They're called stacks. Basically, what it does is it effectively creates a full-scale backup of everything that the person is in every way.
Wow.
It's a perfect recreation. So it's like a copy of yourself. And what you can do, as a matter of fact, is you can even exchange your bodies. They refer to bodies in that universe as sleeves, right? That's how disposable they see human bodies. So you'd literally you'd be placed in another human's body, like one that look completely different from your own, as a matter of fact.
Wow.
That is all possible.
Yeah, the main character is hired to solve the murder of like a ultra rich CEO type character.
Because of those crimes that he's committed.
Yeah. He gets forgiven.
There's like a plot line that involves him later on down the timeline, which is kind of funny and interesting at the same time. But I'm not going to spoil it for those who actually want to watch it.
Definitely worth watching. I really like the hotelier character.
Yeah, he's hilarious, dude. He's great. I can't tell you what he does that makes him so base because it would spoil it also. Remember what he did to the AIs? That fucking cheats.
Nice.
He's a cracked character in the show, man. 100%.
There's kind of a similar one called Travelers. I think that one was on Netflix. It's about time travelers who are sending people back in time into the bodies of other people to alter the course of history and prevent cataclysmic events from occurring. But of course, over time, as they change the timeline, they have to solve more and different problems. But it's really fascinating, just how it all works. They have one person whose whole job is basically to memorize a bunch of sports statistics and different information. And one of the first things he does is start gambling on sports so that they can get money.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but he also got put into the body of a heroin addict, which makes it complicated.
Oh my god. A heroin addict that gambles. Right.
But he also knows exactly what to bet on, at least for a while.
Uh-huh. Downside? Alright, you get the ability of foresight, you can bet on anything, you already know it's gonna work out. Downside, you're a heroin addict.
Right, you're gonna spend your winnings killing yourself.
Exactly. Imagine if an evil genie wanted to fuck people over. Damn, boy, you know what I'm saying? That'd be something.
Pretty savage.
Yeah, congratulations, you're rich beyond your wildest dreams and addicted to multiple expensive substances that will also kill you.
Remarkable, was it, sir?
Honestly, kind of like being an American.
What the fuck? That's hilarious. Okay.
Globally, if you think about it, we're pretty well off. We are in many people's senses, rich beyond their wildest dreams. But at the same time, we spend all of our money on high fructose corn syrup and all this bullshit that kills us.
Kind of ironic, huh? I mean, I think many are just not that knowledgeable of it. I wouldn't really hold it against people, to be honest. I think it's just effective not being unaware, not being aware, which I think is just because you trust people that you're supposed to actually, you should be able to trust, but they have done things that makes them fundamentally unworthy of that trust now. You know what I mean? That's the core problem.
People will unquestionably trust almost any food that comes in a package.
Yes, because they believe that the authorities are actually the authority that they're supposed to be, that protects the people, but it does not. So I can't even hold it against American people that they're unhealthy. The administrations just have to change, and things have to be redone, and things need to get better, and then stuff can be very, very good. So I don't hold it against the people for having a shitty administration that really feeds them anything. It's not really their fault, What the fuck?
Mm-hmm. They said, do you think we'll ever get an Android Grok app like Apple did?
Wait, what?
Like a Grok standalone app? Will that ever come to
For Android? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe at some point, yeah. They'd have to.
I think it's coming. I saw in a couple of posts where people were talking about Android Grok.
We'll have to wait for official announcements. Many of those posts are fundamentally incorrect. I don't trust anything that tech people, tech guru people, write. They're mostly full of shit. Which is unfortunate.
Is there a reason why iOS people always get it first before Android?
Yes, because everything is kind of built for iOS. What the fuck is with my mana, man? What the hell is this shit?
What do you mean?
The mana regen, like the ability to regen it is a lot. Like it's good, but like
probably because you're not wearing your other chest piece.
Why am I wearing this one?
The temporalis. This is the mobility. Remember the mobility setup? All you have to do is swap it to your other chest piece, the Invictus.
What Invictus? What do you mean?
You know the Grand Regalia with the multiple sockets.
Yeah, it gives you the bonus for the soul course.
So you can either be teleport mode or you can be boss killer mode, right? The Grand Regalia is the one that's boss killer mode, and the teleport mode is the temporalis.
Yeah. How's it boss killer mode again?
Because you're gonna have like way more HP and more damage if you're gonna be using the Grand Regalia, and then if you want to teleport around in maps, you want to use the temporalis to like get around quick. And then if you're boss killing, you're just gonna be in one area, so there's like not a whole lot of teleporting around you're gonna be doing anyway, right?
So it just takes up some inventory space. You swap it out. Yeah.
Yeah, you just put it in your stash, like in your first slot or whatever, and then you just swap chests whenever you want, like mobility versus damage and tankiness.
Can you macro that? Is there like an equip command?
I thought we switched it. Yeah, but hang on a second. I thought we switched that entirely.
We set it up, remember? So all you have to do is swap if you want to be temporalis, or swap if you want to be the Grand Regalia. We switched the build back to normal, but yeah. There's two different setups now.
Yeah, well, the teleporting thing is not really working unless I switch it to the other.
Yeah, all you have to do is literally swap the armor, and then that's it. The teleporting thing works. You have to hit your weapon swap and then hit spacebar. So it's like whatever your weapon swap button is and spacebar.
Teleporting thing is fun. Actually, there's one. I have to like get the other staff for that one. What was the Omen crest shield from again?
The shield, when you do your weapon swap, it has enough spirits, including the scepter plus the offhand, to give you the ability to teleport. So the idea is you just do the weapon swap, then you have teleport.
Yeah, I didn't think I'm going to use the teleport, to be honest with you.
Okay. Then everything's the same as long as you just swap the chest back.
And that's going to give me like the super mana, like before?
Yeah, because you have way more, yeah. Turn on your clarity or whatever it's called.
Where did I put the thing? The staff that allows me to cast down,
Yeah, dude, it's in there.
The little sigil.
It's probably on like the
GG tab, I think, is it?
Yeah, probably. Or the last one.
Last one. Oh yeah, sigil power. The sigil of unlimited power.
Does give you a lot of damage. Your DPS is pretty high, like I think it's like over 100k, right?
Yeah, probably. We don't do curses for this?
I mean, we can. I have a curse on my bar. We can. If you don't want to do a curse, you can just remove the whole blink thing on there because you don't want to be blinking anyway. You can just put a curse in place of that in your skill gems. I kind of like it to have like the setup to blink, and then if you want to go DPS, you just swap the chest.
Actually, hang on, let me get back to the thingy. Let's check the G. Is there anything else that's
They're asking if you ever played Apex Legends or Titanfall.
Titanfall. I like that game. I've never played it, but I like it.
It's cool. It had like a little slidey mechanic. I remember it was kind of fun. And
That's some really crack shit in it. I really thought it was so cool. I liked the lore, and the gameplay design itself was fucking amazing.
It was pretty cool. I played it back in the day, yeah.
Where was the thing? Oh, yeah.
What do you think about like cryogenically freezing people? Do you think that's a good way to preserve them?
I don't know. Probably if we get it to work, yeah. Jesus Christ.
They're saying people need to stop eating fast food. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking about mental health issues earlier, and I think that diet contributes a lot, and people need to pay more attention to what they're putting in their bodies because that fuels what happens in their brains.
Diet makes you more depressed if you don't have a good enough diet, yeah.
Not just depression, I think that like other conditions can be exacerbated by vitamin deficiencies or other nutrient deficiencies.
True, yeah. They want to know about what your opinion is on like quantum technology and what kind of advancements we're going to have from this technology.
What kind of advancements we're going to have? I mean, if it becomes real, that would be incredible. That would be awesome. Wait, hang on. What the fuck? Hang on. This is bullshit.
I almost feel like quantum computing has become, it's like a buzzword that doesn't necessarily mean much without like actual like numerical backing as to what it's doing. Like how many calculations is it doing per second or per millisecond, or I don't know how it's measured, but it's like a boogeyman that people bring up, or you know, alternatively, it's like, you know, this utopian thing. But at the end of the day, it's still a machine that has some limitations, and if you don't know what those exact limitations are, like it's just a word that sounds fancy.
Yeah. The Grand Regalia, we can have a...
Sounds like a big party.
Yeah. Wasn't there one that we could get that, like, wasn't there a Grand Regalia we could get that allowed for rarity or something else to pile up? You know what I mean? What?
I think Blythe might have gotten knocked down to listener.
Yeah, can you bring him back?
Bruh. I actually think we could end this race here anyways, and we'll continue again tomorrow. There's not that much that's happening.
Yeah, just kind of a chill night. This was nice.
It was cool. Oh, the grind of gallon lighted.
Yeah, hopefully I'll be able to participate more regularly now that I'm stationary.
Nice. Stationary man.
You're a very stationary person, you know you are. You're incredible, but you really are.
I'm really not, but for now, I'm staying put.
Yeah, pretty nice. Anyways, I think I'll end it here. Whoa. What's what? Okay, that's better. It looks good. Yeah, well, end it here. Thank you all for coming. This was very, very fun. It was nice. Catch us again tomorrow.
Alright, good night.
Good night, everybody.
Make sure to subscribe to Adrian.
Oh, yes, definitely do that. All right, see you guys.
'64, he is going to prison. Certainly he's gotten back to LBJ. He is a man staring into the abyss. In his view, it is kill or be incarcerated for the rest of his life. It is Johnson who argues that Kennedy should go to Texas. It is Johnson who argues that the purpose of the trip to Dallas is to bind up the division in the Texas Democrat Party between the progressive wing run by Senator Ralph Yarborough, hated by LBJ, and the Bourbon conservative wing of the Democrat Party, as exemplified by Governor John Connally. How interesting that on the night before the assassination, Johnson goes to JFK's hotel room in Fort Worth and argues for a change in the motorcade that would put Senator Yarborough in the death car with John Kennedy and allow the governor, John Connally, later a Republican, by the way, the man responsible for talking Richard Nixon into abandoning the gold standard and into having wage and price controls, Nixon's probably his two greatest mistakes, into Johnson's car. And JFK refuses.
You know the mechanics. Everybody's like, where's the documents? Trump signed the order last Tuesday. Explain to people the law of the 15 days and what you've been told. You tried to say it earlier and got cut off about how many documents we're about to see and your breaking news on that.
I guess the larger point here is that with the release of that audio, you have nailed one of the most important parts of the conspiracy. This confirms what my book shows. Mac Wallace's fingerprints are found on the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository building. Lyndon Johnson, as the Senate Majority Leader, takes the unprecedented step of appointing himself to the Subcommittee of Defense Appropriations. The Majority Leader never sits on a committee, but Johnson is on the committee where the secret black box budgets of the CIA are prepared and increased. Johnson is the paymaster for the CIA. The CIA's motive? They believe that the Bay of Pigs invasion is a disaster because of Kennedy. But the plan given to JFK, Alex, calls for 29 Panamanian flag fighter jets flown by Cuban pilots to provide air cover for the men storming the beach. The problem is that Charles Cable, the brother of Dallas Mayor Earl Cable, a Johnson crony, cancels that air cover for the men storming the beach, therefore causing the disaster. When Curtis LeMay goes to JFK and says there's only one way to save the day, and that is to send in the Air Force, Kennedy refuses. This is why Kennedy distrusts the CIA. Then secondarily, there's the myth of the the Cuban Missile Crisis. We were told in numerous movies that brave Jack and Bobby Kennedy faced down Nikita Khrushchev and he removed the missiles. We now know,
because of declassified documents. 50 years later, we find out that they made a secret deal with Khrushchev to remove U.S. NATO missiles from Italy and Turkey in return for a pledge to remove the Cuban missiles from Cuba. In this upcoming data dump, the CIA's fate will be sealed. As you know, the law that was passed in the late 90s required the total release of all these classified documents in the first year of Donald Trump's presidency. I brought it to his attention. I said, Mr. President, what are you going to do about the JFK documents? He said, what are you talking about? And I said, well, these documents are scheduled to be released unless you object. You have to object, some of them, all of them. But this date is fast approaching. He said, no, how come no one's mentioned this to me? I said, I don't know. Why don't you look into it? He came back to me and he said, well, you were right. I've got to make a decision about these documents. What do you think? I said, it's time to release everything. It's time for the American people to know. At that point, it had been more than 50 years. And he, in the end, released about 80% of the documents. What did we find? A number of interesting things. A memo from FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover to Lyndon Johnson saying that the KGB had conducted an exhaustive investigation into Kennedy's murder, and they had concluded that the ringleader was Lyndon Baines Johnson. We also learned that French intelligence had conducted an investigation, and they had concluded that the murderer, the ringleader of this conspiracy that involved the CIA, organized crime, Big Texas Oil, the banking interests opposed to Kennedy because he was for a silverback dollar, was the perp. We found Lee Harvey Oswald's 1099. Alex, he was on the payroll of the FBI.
How was Trump convinced? Remember, he ordered them to release it, and they fought him on it 4 or 5 years ago. 5 years ago. Yeah, did I just hear you talking about how you convinced Trump to release this?
I recommended releasing it all. I actually thought he was going to release it all. Then he released about 80% of it, holding back 20. And when I asked him why he decided to do that, he told me, and by the way, he also told Judge Andrew Napolitano the same thing, and he told this to Sean Hannity just 3 nights ago, that Mike Pompeo, the CIA director, convinced him not to release 20% because it would expose the methods and sources of the agency.
By the way, Pompeo, as you know, went on TV a week ago and bragged about that. So I love how Pompeo just got his security details pulled and everything. So we don't wish him any harm, but Trump really, we were worried months ago when Trump had him at a campaign event. We said, what is he doing? Keep the enemies closer. God, there's so many angles here. So, wow, you said it first years ago. Now he said it again recently. Trump says it's so terrible, I can't tell you. What is it?
It is that the CIA, that the U.S. government was a player, a major player in the assassination of an American president. By the way, once again, he told my friend Judge Andrew Napolitano the exact same thing around the same time. So now you have the confirmation, which you provided, of Johnson's role. That's the supervisory role. He is, as E. Howard Hunt, the famous CIA operative who just coincidentally is on the ground in Dallas in Dealey Plaza, pops up later as one of the Watergate burglars. How about that? There's a coincidence. 4 of the Watergate burglars just happened to be in Dallas that day. Alex, how likely is that? Except for they're all working for the agency. He says on his deathbed that he was a minor player in Dallas, but he says Lyndon Johnson was running the show. You have confirmed that now with this incredible audio. Now you add that to the fact that Malcolm Wallace, the man identified in the audio as having been recruited to kill Kennedy's, fingerprints are found on the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository. All the pieces of this puzzle are coming together, and I think President Trump is about to release the single most important piece, which is the CIA role.
Trump really told you years ago, you said, it's so horrible, I can't believe the public can't handle it. And this is really the great reveals. The Bible says nothing hidden will stay hidden. You throw the deepest ocean, it will be thrown back on the shore. It will be known. And
the reason I'm not scared is because we have the leader we have. This guy is a Superman. I mean, he's a force of nature. He's born for this moment. And now he realizes that his life was specifically spared for this time. And he realizes that this is his mission. This is why God spared him, for this moment. And this great reveal, the Kennedy assassination. We are, as you just said, a time where all truth will be revealed. There is no turning back now. They may try to kill Trump again, but they will not succeed because it is not God's will. It is not in God's plan.
January 29th, 20.
As an insult. As an actual insult.
He felt like he could get a pass because he wasn't calling a black person, but
I don't need a pass.
One second, in a derogatory way, shows that he has that mindset. He thinks that
What mindset?
nigger is a stupid, illiterate, inhuman
Well,
person.
it
That's
is.
why he felt it was appropriate to use the term. Whether he's using it to a white person,
It is. Well,
fuck up, brother. Jesus Christ, man.
I don't want to say anything, but it is a stupid person.
Just shut your fucking mouth.
Oh my God, you're British. Nobody wants to hear your stupid fucking accent. You shut up. God.
Bitch.
Who? What? Who said what? Something
No,
like
she
that.
will.
Home.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So, B-Master, I have a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead, because I'm leaving.
Yeah, do you really think, knowing all that you've heard so far, do you really think that, like, I have, like, racist intent?
So,
Look. Oh, she's not going to no pussy, nigga. The fuck?
I got that, but, yeah, I understand about the pussy.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know you well enough, but I'll tell you this. There's a lot of, do you know how you have like that radar with certain things? And I'm not saying I don't know you. But that's why I took the time. Hold on. I'm not going to definitively say it yet.
He is.
Don't judge me, monkey. Don't judge me.
See, like something like that, right? Like, sorry, Dr. Irresponsible. But I'm going to call you Dr. Irresponsible, right?
That's what his name used to be.
So this is the thing. I just took the time to try to explain to you why even using the word and trying to reappropriate and to white people.
I'm following that, yeah.
Right. And so logically, it doesn't make sense because it's still racially demeaning, and all that you're doing, even towards white people. Well, hold on. The power of the intent, though, is in the original insult, and you have to Jesus. Hold on, I'm gonna be gone. I promise. 2 more minutes. The idea is that there's still functional meaning, which you can't refute. You can't say that that's wrong. That's just a fact. It's an objective fact. Irrespective of what you think, you could think what you want. You could think what you want, but it doesn't. This is an observation. Okay.
Shut up and let her talk. Go ahead.
So all you're doing is you're perpetuating the offensive function rather than trying to, whether you say redefine it or whatever else, because it's still based in an insult. So that's
a secondary though, or tertiary,
it's
right?
Not
that's
because,
not the main goal.
Because you are using it as an insult.
Talk about a black topic without the black people. What the fuck? Yeah, like what the fuck is this?
We tried to, but they can't control themselves. Don't understand.
I had a fight with
functional different. The functional utility of the insult is the same, regardless of whether you're saying it to a black person.
I love you guys. I'm going to. That's it. I promised everybody I'd shut the fuck up and leave. I love you guys. Anybody that continues to use me after this, I'm sorry. I don't trust you, and you're racist. Bye, everybody. I love you, and Dr. Irresponsible. And we'll ride out.
If you run, I won. If you run, don't you leave.
Kendo.
No.
Yeah, you know what the fuck it is. Hey, without no help doctor, yeah, we wouldn't have been able to do this for the men. Yeah, my
That's right. That's right.
What the comment
From destruction.
Galaxy a little bitch. He from out of this world. That nigga a little hoe. Can't come to the girls. That's why he tried to join the league. He trying to join the team. He got a tampon between his legs, even though he a D.
Why you here? Don't you got a nigga? This girl got a boyfriend. I don't know why this girl in here. The fuck out of here. I didn't remove her. She just left. Now she said that in another room. She's like, I got a nigga. What the fuck you need to come in? Shit, she just left on her own shit.